The
We did it. We're live and the microphone's on and stuff. Gotta do the post. Boop. What are you doing, you psychotic creature?
psychotic.
It's psychotic.
We have to check the levels because we ain't got nobody to tell us if it's good or not. Dubious and Vesuvius. Ayo, testicles.
Say something, yo testicles. Hey yo.
Normally, you're not that loud. Do you want to say something again?
I like this thumbnail. That's
Is it in the back here that it's still on the side to side instead of just straightforward?
no, it's on the heart one, cardioid, whatever. But oh, I bumped it up some, so we're good. I think.
One more time. Testicles 1269.
Uh, where our lines and stuff are. I think we're good.
Okay.
Uh,
Um,
here, pop out chat.
I'll give you all of this to mess with. I'll get my glasses on. Ooh, I'm excited. I know that since we're only 20 pages in, the amount of bullshittery that we are potentially going to run into just today alone. Something special for me to poop on, as Triumph the Cowardly Dog would say.
Always pooping.
Do you remember back in the days of Slim Shady? There was some award shows, probably the MTV award show, where that Triumph dog was there, and Eminem got angry and like punched the dude's hand and like tried to pull the puppet away.
No, but that's.
Oh, I was gonna ask you if you thought it was a joke or not.
I don't remember that.
Oh, I think he's psychotic. I think he's too stupid to know that he's causing damage. You know, like because of the whole politics thing, especially, he fried his brain, and he might be a Manchurian candidate. I don't know.
Mr. MM
Yeah,
is a crazy person.
yeah. He was something about, yo, we gotta rise up and take down Donald Trump or something. It's like, shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Whatever the hell you're saying. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Get out of politics. You don't know shit. I guess
What,
politics is for the dum dums, though.
what a very interesting change in personality that person has. I haven't followed him too much, but I remember listening to some of his music. I have one of his CDs.
Yeah.
And I remember listening to some of that. He was part of what D12,
Mm-hmm.
the Dirty Dozen.
Yeah.
Uh, and lots of references to doing a shitload of drugs.
Yeah.
I saw the other day on the news, on the interwebs news, 15 years sober. He was showing off his little coin, you get when you join a different cult.
Ugh. Alcoholics Not So Anonymous. Hi, my name is Marshall. Oh, Marshall Mad. I know you. I've seen you before.
You're the real Slim
I
Shady.
saw you at Walmart. Anonymous, my fucking ass. Just because you don't say your last name. Guess what? I bet you have to sign up with your last name. You go to court.
Yeah, put in your social security number,
Ugh.
Mr. Mathers.
Only fucking anonymous to who? The other people that are in there? You got a bit of dryer on you. Okay.
Speaking of
I kissed a peepee.
speaking of sober, uh I've been following the hockey. I usually do.
Uh-huh.
There's been a guy for the Avalanche who's been the start of the season. He had to go to special rehab.
Special rehab?
Rehab for athletes.
Because he
They
had a
call
joint
it they call it the Players Assistance Program.
Is it drugs or because I know they also say rehab for like injuries?
It's either
He broke his joint.
It's either booze or you're addicted to pain pills. That's
No. Maybe they should
usually how
stop
it
doing
goes.
things that involve having to get pain pills because you hurt so much. I mean, that's just maybe if you just stop fucking playing games for money, you wouldn't be so injured.
He's got a lot of ties to Russia. He missed. He got this one particular player got involved with. There was some incident in a hotel with a Ukrainian woman. That he was given a leave of absence from the team to go deal with. So like he just kind of vanished off the face of the planet.
He was given a leave of absence. What did he do to this woman? Punch her?
The story didn't make sense to me.
Oh.
So I don't know what the fuck. This woman was crazily drunk. And she caused some incident at a hotel. I don't remember if she was in his hotel room or she tried to break into his hotel room. From stories that I got, that he didn't want anything to fucking do with this woman, and she started screaming that it's not fair because she's from Ukraine, and it was like a little bit after I guess this war's been going on for like a year. Now it's been like 3 years.
3 years? For what? It pisses me off. I was thinking the other day, sorry, just a quick side note, that everybody wants to blah, blah, blah about the fucking modern medicine, right?
Yeah.
How the technology has made our lives so much better.
Uh-huh.
We have longer lifespans and blah, blah, blah. And yet, more stupid wars.
Yep.
So you're just trading one thing for another. And I don't believe in that modern medicine thing anyway. Even in fucking Plato's time.
Yeah.
It's for fucking when there's a epidemic because people are fucking gross, or for an injury. That's all doctors are good for.
Don't go to a doctor for farts. That's what Plato
Plato
says.
says. Ugh,
Uh,
craziness.
yeah, lots of
Beautiful
crazy.
little snippets from that book. So this guy was getting fucked with by some Ukrainian bitch.
Yeah, and I'm doubtful of some of the stuff. And remember, the accusations with Kane, and it turned out to be.
Yeah.
Um, but anyways, after that, he went into the players' assistance program.
Because she was drunk?
Uh no, I think he was a boozer. They just won the Stanley Cup. Not last year, but the year before.
Celebratory sobriety.
And Russians,
Yeah.
they're not going to say fucking no. uh, and the God knows the fucking pressure they get from their government. You know,
From everything. From their government, this government, their government, Russian government, American government, the NHL, all the their coaches, the people who are exerting pressure on the coaches, all of that shit is just a whirlwind of bullfuckery.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know what's going on with him, but the Avs, they're back in the playoffs. They're in the second round.
Is it already Stanley Cup time?
Yeah, and the first round is already done with. The second round.
It's because it's a tournament or an exposition. What is it called?
It's a tournament.
Okay.
Tournament style. The brackets.
Yeah. Okay.
The best of 16 teams.
They like play some together and then they
Yeah.
move on
Yeah,
to the, and it's versus East and West, right?
Yeah.
Why are they always making these racist fucking ass dividing lines?
Men in games.
Yeah, but Men in War also. They don't have a line between the two because they're too stupid.
Yeah.
Too corrupt.
So this Nichushkin guy is back.
Matushkin.
Is
He's from the Avalanche?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now he's scored the most goals for the Avalanche in this go round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And today was game number 4
Of the second
round.
Okay. Who are they fighting against?
Dallas.
Mm.
And Dallas is winning in the series 2-1. And
Against Avalanche?
yeah.
Okay.
So Dallas has won 2 games. Avs have only won 1. Just out of the fucking blue, like just a little bit before the game started, I saw a thing on the hockey news that he's out back in the players assistance thing, and this time it's like worse. They've like suspended him without pay. Uh, Normally, when you go into the players assistance program, you get paid. So
Are they just abusing him?
I,
If he's scoring so many goals, then he's not fucking drunk. You can't play hockey well and be fucking obliterated.
yeah.
It might be a political thing.
I'm there's some weird shit going on. There's been weird shit following this player, and then for them to lose their top scoring guy right now.
Which sports people always try to do something to hide whatever the rules are or whatever would take your best star player out of the game. They always, oh, this didn't happen. Oh, we're doing it internally or blah, 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 blah. That's some shady shit. They even did that shit in high schools. But not for Nichushkin?
No. So this guy's face is all over the news, which last time he didn't want.
He's got to up his language game so he can start talking shit.
Yeah.
tell people what's going on.
So it was real weird. And then just a little bit before the game started.
Could be
And
some fucking CIA shit
yeah,
too.
and it's when one of their other injured players is coming back. So like, the timing of everything is fucking weird. I
Hmm.
mean, everything could of course be coincidence, but there's patterns of things. What do those patterns mean? I don't fucking know.
Did it say why he was going back in there,
Nope.
or
Nope.
they should let him speak for himself? But they always have those like media
Oh
controllers.
yeah. You go through a whole seminar thing. It takes every person who enters the league a week to complete it. They sit you down in a big fucking room and some tell you say this to the media, you say this to the media, this is what you can talk about, this is what this
That's disgusting. Instead of having like some sort of cohesive way to describe yourself or to communicate what you want without making problems for yourself, like this is a thing that doesn't work because then people
yeah.
will misunderstand you. Try to be clear, try
when
to get down to root causes.
when good things happen, there's like a word bank. You can watch. We could play fucking bingo if we watched
Mm-hmm.
any interview, post game press conferences and stuff, pre game press conferences. It's it's the same. These are
Yeah,
the things you can say, or if things aren't going well, this is what you can say.
we did the best we can, we're gonna come up next
Yeah, we got no
time.
excuses. We're all blah blah. It's everybody says the same thing.
It kills those people.
Yeah,
They may not seem like that, but on the inside they're trapped. It's a prison of the mind, and that should be illegal. That should be abuse. Nobody should tolerate that. If somebody has to just say whatever is scripted for them, then people should say fuck you, I'm not watching this
yeah.
shit.
Why do you think that they have to go through a course?
Because they want to train these people to say what is best for the NHL or
And what's best for the NHL?
money.
People have their minds fucked, so they don't say things that might hurt somebody's feelings.
And you know who else probably goes through those trainings? The reporters.
Oh yeah,
Why don't any of these reporters, why aren't they talking to Byfuglian what happened, or Bufflin? What happened to him? The bullshittery that people go through during these things. We gotta wait till they come out with a fucking memoir to talk about how they got raped when they were kids, or how they were antagonized to do this or that.
that's why I like that fucking John Tortorella guy. Not as a coach,
Is he
but
that one that was in like where fucking Star Cap? Where did he go? Buffalo?
he was in. No, who of the personalities that you are aware of, do you remember the Tortorella guy?
I
The very sorry, I was asking you to remember it.
I wouldn't know him by his name, but the person that you tell me, or the person you've talked to me about, like he's got fired from a bunch of things, but then he joined like maybe it was like Columbus or something, where one of the Avalanche people, the one who tried to do the trick shot in that, what is it called when
The All-Star game.
the All-Star game, yeah, and he wore like a cowboy hat. Tell me what that fucking homo's name is.
Duchesne.
Duchesne. He's not the one that went to that thing.
No, so he did go to Columbus, but Duchesne didn't go there.
Oh man, is it Buffalo? Are they Buffaloes?
Uh, the the Flyers is where he currently is. He went from Columbus to Maybe he was in New York. Maybe he was coaching the Rangers for a little bit.
He like got fired for no reason or something. He was doing good and they just like fired him.
Yeah.
He's got I think he's kind of skinny. He talks shit. Maybe pox marks on his face, a beard. Oh yeah, that's him. John Tortellini. Yeah. I ain't taking no shit from nobody.
There he is getting mad, yelling at people.
He was in Columbus. Duchesne didn't go to Columbus? He went to the other...
He went to Nashville.
Oh.
And then Nashville traded him to the Stars, who the Avalanche are playing now.
Ugh. Oh, break a leg.
So,
when did this turn into a hockey podcast? No, it's okay.
I like Tortorella because Tortorella has the line where he's so unhappy with the way things are, and he's a guy who's I don't know. He's a short fuse. He'll just start saying whatever the fuck
he's not a short fuse.
That's what he's labeled.
He's telling it like it is.
He's a.
I'm surprised he hasn't lost his job. Get just like excommunicated.
He is the reason I brought that up. One of the reasons I brought it up is he said some disparaging shit about the way the NHL was doing stuff. There was some shit going on in a game. He'd say, I think the referees are bullshit. I think the league is bullshit. He said some shit.
He's got to learn how to speak a language that really fucking points out all the problems instead of just fuck this.
The league fined him something retarded, a massive amount of money. The owner of the Flyers said, I will pay any of your fines.
Yay! Sticking up to the fucking pieces of shit. That's nice. I'll be a Flyers fan now. I'm not a fan of anything. I will enjoy... I will watch the Flyers play games and I will hoo-ha for them.
So...
He's got to not abuse that, though. He's got to, like, hone the things that he gets mad about. It would just be best for everyone. Take the opportunity, to do good instead of just go crazy.
Yelling into the ether.
Yeah.
Yelling at them.
He should be yelling at that Jewish guy that fucking everybody boos.
Yeah. Bettman, commissioner.
Why do people even fucking watch hockey? Why do people spend all that money? Why don't they criticize the core of the things that they say they enjoy? Because it's time to do it now. Maybe at one point people were like, oh, it's just a thing and everything's okay. But we see the corruption of everything just get deeper and deeper and deeper. And then what do they do to fucking my PK Subban? Nothing. Those fucking dark-skinned hockey players could really fuck people up. One killed somebody with his his skate on purpose. No fucking way that was not on purpose. They let them get away with murder. They let them talk shit. Oh, but let's not fucking start fist fighting. That's bullshit. You want people who can only win a certain way. You got PK Subban. He's a short little stupid motherfucker. And he's like, me, fucking getting in people's faces because he knows that they can't do anything or else, like, he's that fucking fly that just keeps fucking buzzing at people. And a lot of there is a pattern of people who ain't white doing that shit in hockey. Every time I watched hockey with you, there was always, except by Fuglian, and a few Russians are like that. What's that one guy I fucking hate? He's a short little fucker too. He was on the Senators, I think. Either the Senators or Capitals.
You talking about Ovechkin?
Yeah. Oh, bitchkin. More like. Go back to Russia. Serve your mama some soup, idiot.
There's not so much pro-Russian. He doesn't speak so pro-Russian anymore. He's not.
Now that he's got his family out of there?
That's my guess. I don't think he says anything despairing about Russia, but he
used to have to actively say things.
Oh yeah,
right?
there's multiple times he had to go and take pictures with Putin.
Had to. My God. This is
and they got him by the nuts. He was on vacation, like doing this thing during the summer. Like he was somewhere else, and they got a hold of him. Like, we want you at this press conference now.
Oh. That makes me so fucking angry. But you know he'd do it for fucking American shit too. And he won't see the similarities. Oh, God.
His career is just about done here.
Getting old?
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna have to send him to the farm now. I hate everything that males do.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. He'll probably go play in Russia for a little bit.
Why? If he's here, why would he want to? Or if he got his mother from there.
Um.
Oh, this looks like a bug.
Because they'll pay him a fucking retarded amount of money. They don't have the monetary restrictions that everybody else seems to place on themselves to make the game quote unquote fairer. Salary caps and this and that. Russians don't.
Do they have any good players? Like, would he just be like, if you go to the NHL, you're better than any person who isn't in the NHL for the most part, on average?
Can you say that again?
Or when people, let me see how the best way to say this. Is the NHL the peak for skilled players? Does the NHL hunt out the best of the best and have, like, they couldn't, the NHL, anybody else wouldn't hold a candle to a team in the NHL?
The KHL has some comparable teams, but not very many. Because they let.
What is the KHL?
That's the Russian league, Continental Hockey League.
Are they related? Are they like the underlings, or that's the AHL when they bring people up from minor leagues?
It's a competing league. It exists over in Russia. They have their own.
And
things.
They still called it something like Cossack HL or some shit.
Waffles.
Hi, Waffle.
So yeah, there are a few Russians who play over there and can play in the NHL. They're good enough to do that.
Yeah.
But not whole teams.
And everything that's why they like do all this trading and stuff, because it's like everybody in it is so good that it's fairness to just swap people around like fucking slaves. Well, that's unfortunate. Did we bought a Machiavelli book. He is like full of shit or something, but and I think he was like a conquistador, so you know, lots of religious bullshit. Kant, I don't hate Kant, but he is the time in which he existed was shit. It was like pinnacle freaking bullshit college stuff, you know? And everybody had to talk in this weird way. But out of all of them, I would say that he has the best ideas. Anyway, sorry. Uh so hockey. What about it?
Uh, God, we were for some reason we were talking about the KHL. Oh, well, that's Ovechkin was probably going to do.
The KHL.
Yeah. There's a guy who has been playing for he's 50 something now. He's like 58 years old and he's
Still
earning
playing
a contract.
in...
Yeah, Jaromir Jagr.
Who?
Jaromir Jagr.
Yermer Yarger.
Your brother has, I believe, a picture of him.
Oh, he's the one that put the Stanley Cup on his catheter?
It was either him or Messier. I forget. I don't remember the picture. But yeah, it's one of those guys.
Does he have? I don't know.
Yeah, it was one of those guys, and he was.
Imagine these. I can't even. How cucked do you have to be? Because I'm sure a whole bunch of people would do this for either for their parents or just to keep the status quo or because of hockey people, famous people that I was thinking of the Ghostbusters, the Ghostbuster chicks who were just like fucking smiling in front of that almost dead kid. And if he was just trying to, oh, Mom, I'm still trying to, I'm on my last breath, but yeah, I'll try to smile for this picture. I'd be like, fuck you. I don't want any of these people in my room. I can't imagine having to go through what my brother did. He loved it. Some of it he loved. He loved the time with my mom. He loved the time with, or our mom. He loved the time, like, where people gave him attention.
Yeah.
Nurses. Oh, I love the nurses. They treat me so sweetly. Even though I'm not religious, I still like that, like, what are they called? Preachers or whatever. Catholic dicks come in and talk to me. People give me presents once in a while. It's like, ugh. And in that hospital, they had a fucking... the place where you got food, they didn't have like a regular cafeteria. It was called Au Bon Pain. I know pain is like fucking bread or some shit in French, but why do you have the word pain in a fucking hospital where you get your food? And it tasted like shit. Whatever. So Russia sucks. Hockey sucks. Putin sucks. My mom and my brother suck. All fucking politics just to play games. Dudes should want to just play games, right? Instead of getting paid millions of dollars and being thrashed around. Seems kind of messed, I would say.
Not good priorities.
So, should we begin? I don't know if we got to a good part. Ovechkin's a PK Subban. If I had to kiss one of them on the cheek, PK Subban or Ovechkin, I would pick Ovechkin. Because I hate that other fucking... Somebody should punch him in his nose and make it bigger.
He's a commentator now, so...
He's not even playing anymore? What did he do? Fucking break a toenail?
No, he just sucks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Nobody wanted him, so now he just talks.
The guy has...
What he does. All he does is just talk shit.
The guy comes out of the gate with what appears to be a lot of talent. I think he caught people by surprise.
Subin?
Yeah.
He caught you by surprise?
No.
Okay.
I don't think he was good. Uh, so I don't know how he got so fucking big. Besides him being a personality.
Yeah, it's all fucking personality, I would say.
Because like,
if anybody should have had that place, now that Bufflin, yeah. Because people only look at what people give them instead of like looking at the whole picture. Bufflin was strong. He didn't play very good, but he was loyal and he was strong and he fucking was honorable. And they just fucking throw him away. They should have seen what it means to do violence in the NHL. The NHL is just a bunch of homos ice skating if it isn't for the violence.
Yeah.
It's good to see. It was good to see a sport where men said, I will not tolerate this. And they fucking put down their foot and was like, no, no, no.
Yeah.
And I also liked how they really liked the game. I don't think football players or basketball players really like the game they're playing. It never seems like that to me.
How often do you see other athletes just smiling all the
time? Never. They're usually doing stupid duck face.
If it's not serious, it's a smile. You usually don't see a very unhappy hockey player sitting on the bench or on the ice.
There's something about like money. Maybe because hockey they used to not make as much money. Football players like the not Brett Favre, the other fucking doofus.
One of the Mannings?
No, the one that was in the Colorado
Elway?
One for John Elway. There's like more cult in basketball or in football than in hockey. With basketball, it's more like I have to do this to have my fame and glory and get all those Benjamins that I've been wondering about since I was a little kid sleeping in a box. So the hockey isn't really that either. There's like more of a mix of tradition, enjoyment, venting. You can't really vent with basketball. That's why when people do slam dunks, they're just ooh, 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 instead of like celebrating and smiling. It's more violent. The victory is more violent, whereas
it's singular. There's not.
They don't really talk about who passes to each other, right? I don't know.
I think they do.
Oh, so what? Sorry, what do you mean by singular then?
What happens when you score in hockey? Go to the bench, everybody, gives you the old fist bump.
Yeah.
The four other guys on the ice will come over and give you a hug
and. Didn't they have to ban like celebratory dances in football?
Yeah.
Why? Well, I guess why do celebratory dances like just making a name for yourself instead of celebrating with the boys like the hockey people seem to do?
Because there was people were like starting to put like full length sketches on when they.
Why? Like who are those? The NBA people who do the trick shots? Harlem Globetrotters. They were just globetrotting everywhere.
Oh yeah, so somebody score and then like they were playing in the locker room. They'll run up and they'll like four of the guys will come on, in a circle, and the guy will throw it and blow them all up, and then they fall down. So now it's not just like I fucking did that. It's like now I've gotten my team involved. There's actors and fucking props.
There seems to be a cultural thing. A skin culture, because I can't see a white boy doing any of that, their dad would be embarrassed. You're like, "Oh, that's not how I taught you to play football, son. It's all for God and country, not fucking showmanship or something. I don't know." Uh Hi, Red Eye. The Christians, when they read the Old Testament, they view God translated from two different God. There's so many different crazy things about, like, who knows where all these passages came from, and then who knows how many times it's been fucking translated. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
I think the crazier people are, the more they want to, like, use words like Yahweh or Elohim or some shit. They're like, look, we know all the good stuff to do with fucking religion. No, you don't. Reverend Patty's quote about God always being right but not good is great. I'm guessing you are religious. Being right, cuz I feel like he was wrong in everything he does. Everything we fucking read, it's just being a dick. Just say, obviously he had to be right in the book because the book was written that way. Sodom and Gomorrah, no, the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel had to come down because the men who came together who could speak the same language would become as powerful as God. And he was like, no, 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 we can't do that. And there's so many contradictions. It's like, no way any of these people are fucking right ever about anything. Ends justify the means is for commies. You guys be cool with me joining in and reading some virtue of selfishness or Zarathustra? Yeah, we could change paces.
Yeah.
We hadn't gotten into the Bible. Oh man. It's getting so good though. How many books have been removed from the Bible? Who knows? What has been pieced together? There's so many stories that just like contradict. So far, the most cohesive part has been like the Abraham stuff, because they were like blah 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 blah. It's like Abraham did this, then he did that, but it was all fucking bullshit. Uh, moral oral. I remember moral oral. Which one was the moral oral quote? Oh, now I can't see. Look at that. I can't believe you've done this.
Oh, you can't believe I've done this.
Yes. So we're setting up the dinghy.
You can read it and then I'll set it up.
Oh, it was a quote he was talking about from Moral Oral, and not his specific views. Everything's got to come with an asterisk. Thanks, fucking corporate fucking America. The views expressed in this show is not explicitly the views of the CBS. Multi-group. Do we need video? Probably not. You're just gonna be talking, right? Or reading? Not like showing a thing? We could just put that in too, right?
Yeah, we there's a thing to do audio and video.
Okay. Oh, the Reverend guy. What a fucked up. I hated that show. It made me sad. I don't like a child. The thing is, it's exactly accurate though, isn't it? Moral Oral tries to do. He's like, well, God said do this, so now I sacrifice my dog. Isn't that a good? I've holocausted my dog to give so I don't know what really happened in that and then the dad would beat him. It's like, you just don't understand. You're too stupid, and just do what I say. Makes me sad. Oh, we're gonna need
The headphones and stuff.
headphones, yeah.
Yeah.
He's typing out the other stuff.
Do 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 do.
Room name is follow the leader. No thingies. No spaces.
Right.
Why don't you just do husband and wife? Did you put a password? A PW? A
Yeah.
PWA?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, and the password's 1234. He's typing it out. No audio. Let's just sit here in silence. Broop. Hey, it highlighted it. That's funny. Clay Puppington? Oh, I don't remember any of the characters. I'm so bad at remembering like movies and stuff or TV show things.
References, aren't you?
That's probably his dog.
Pop culture references aren't really your thing.
Yeah, I barely remember Michael Jebsen from Kick It, or he sung Kick It.
What?
He was in like the Jobson 6 with his sister and his brother and his
yeah,
rapist
yeah.
dad.
Jackson.
You put it up here in one of these little thingies.
Oh, good.
My favorite song of Michael Jobson, he says, when a problem comes along, you must whip it. And truer words never rung in my head before. Whip it into shape, shape it up, give it head, it's not too late to whip it good. That's the exact words. I think he got that from the Bible, actually.
Yeah, control.
Oh, if we had, I don't know where it is, we have those books, but he might be reading something that we don't have. We don't have all Carl Jung.
Baby.
Whip it. We got the thingies on. Did you guys get, or did the username or the room name password stuff work?
You want to switch it over to that window wipe so we can read it while I finish plugging the stuff in.
Okay. Hiya. Oh! We did it. Yeah, that would be totally okay if we did it. So look at all this time. Oopsie.
Well. Oh well.
Clay Puppington is the dead. Oh, he's such a fucking asshole. Your mom makes you hate Christianity. Christianity could make you hate Christianity. I mean, I can't make heads or tails of we could let's just leave that up in case anybody else wants to randomly come join and say words.
Oh, okay.
Call the hotline at
Well, we'd have to be listening.
Eat My
to
Put. Oh shit. Never mind.
it.
Okay. Let's read some of this freaking Bible then. I think my mother made me hate the Bible too. Going to fucking waking up on my day off from school.
Yeah.
I think I was like, I was fairly young when I said, no more, mother. And you know, I had to use reason like my whole life to point out the contradictions of dumb mommy and daddy.
To get what you want.
Yeah, my mother would leave me home for hours in the middle of the night because by myself because my dad was working, she was working. I was all by myself. So I was like, you're going to tell me that I can't stay home by myself when you go to church? When you leave me fucking home all the time? Get fucked. And then she died. All right. Where are we up to? Chapter 25, married another wife. Okay, so now we have a third wife that I haven't heard a lot of people talk about. Abraham got Keturah, and he had 6 kids. And they're like, this is why we called this place the Euphrates or something. Descendants of this person. Abraham deeded everything that he owned to his son Isaac, the first one, to his first wife. I guess his second son to his first wife. To his sons by concubinage, he made grants while he was still living and sent them away eastward to the land of Kedem away from his son Isaac.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, what do you mean?
So the kids.
Oh, he made grants?
Yeah.
I wonder what that means, because he's living in Canaan after moving away from where he came from. Maybe that kind of thing, like, I'll give you money if you give me a piece of your land. That seems a little invasive, right? It seems like if I were to strategize the method by which I would take over a city, it would be move to that city, have a bunch of kids, have a bunch of land, do things that make people beholden to me or find me a seer of things, is what he did, right? Yeah. Everybody got scared of God because of him. He sent plagues to the one in Egypt and now the one in Canaan. So he kind of just like follows all of those steps. Now he sends his other sons out because they're just going to fight. We've seen in history that family that stays together, that gets to, they always fight for the power that they have. There's just no, what's the word? Not respect, but family values or something.
No unity.
We are using the New American Bible. There's some still getting sold out on eBay, translated from the original language, blah, 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 sponsored by the Bishops' Committee of the Confraternity of Christian Doctrine. It's also part of like this Reader's Digest thing. It's a Catholic one. There's from 1970, Paulus Pepe sanctioned this and said, this is A-okay. We haven't got to the Christian part yet. What disappoints me, or what makes me suspicious of Christianity, is that they allow what Jesus did to be part of what Jewish did. So if the Jews killed Jesus, why do you hold on to the values of the Old Testament? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there was a whole bunch of people who had the same kind of morality as Jesus. He just was poor, I guess, and kind of, but we got to read it again, because now there's like new perspectives that I get all the time. Every time I read it, there's like there's new understandings based on stuff that learned between.
Gotcha. I get it.
But this part is not the Christianity. What I think is dumb about the people who do Christianity is that they are so adamant that they came from an Adam and Eve, and the Jewish people have a right because of Adam, and they're okay with the penises getting cut off and all that. Not so happy horseshit. It is, but what do we have left of the Bible from all those times ago. It started as God, right? Or it started as Jesus saying, "This is the place that I'm from. We believe in like God, but I'm telling you now that God is different." It's almost exactly like what Plato wrote Socrates to do. He's like, "Hey, I know I'm talking to people," and Jesus might have been cool as fuck, or might have been woke as fuck, based as fuck, for his appropriate time.
Jesus did a lot of fucking.
Jesus may have done some fucking. Who knows how many times these stories have been bastardized. And the main problem is that they still let it go with the Old Testament. If the Jews didn't like Jesus, then why are you attributing the Old Testament to him? It's kind of like, yeah, I know you're trying to take that God and make it your own Christian God, but because the past comes from Judaism, you got to do something different, or suffer that you are now beholden to the Jews, which is exactly what is happening right now. With the people will justify the babies getting killed in Palestine because, oh, but not those babies. Oh, I had all these morals, but now because the political Jewish thing is to say fuck those babies, then fuck those babies. They'll turn into terrorists. It's kind of like the thing that has happened as a result of all this madness of old versus new. It's new. The God of Jews worship isn't his father. Well, I guess we'll get there, cause I remember something a little slightly different. But who knows with all these things? I can go by this, and now if I can read all 1,000 fucking 50, 100 pages, use that as like an anchor, because there's so much of the Christianity and all these religions stick so many ideas into our heads. The people who worship it, the people who quote it, the preachers who preach it, we don't always remember where this stuff came from. So, and there's a lot of stuff in here that I'm like, oh, I can't believe that these people have never said this before. They've only talked about Hasha and Sarah, Hathor, Hagar and Sarah. They don't talk about Seth.
No.
So there's like a deeper issue.
I tried to talk to our old friend about Seth. She was fucking clueless.
Which, oh, really? She says she reads the Bible all the time. Wait, the one that lives down there? Another old friend?
The one who likes the elephants?
Oh, yeah, okay. That I thought she read the Bible.
Yeah, I thought she did too.
The personal relationships that people have with the Bible are fucking up communication really bad. And we've got to stop it by starting this, I suppose. Where was I? Deeded everything to Isaac. So
talking about granting things.
Oh yeah, granting things. So he tried to spread them out so they maybe wouldn't fight each other, or to take over more stuff, because he did do that in Canaan. He bought a burial plot for Sarah in that cave.
Yeah.
But was also, his land was 40 miles away or something, so that she could quote unquote look at it from that hill. And then he claimed that property.
Yeah.
It's
mine.
Ooh, we're getting Death of Abraham. I'm so tired of Abraham. The whole span of Abraham's life was 175 years. Then he breathed his last, dying at a ripe old age. Oh, he breathed his last breath. I was waiting for breath, but it never came. Same goes for him. Ripe old age grown old after a full life, and he was taken to his kinsmen. So he was somewhere presumably away
Yeah.
from them. But ripe old age. That's for me to define. He says ripe old age. However, what is a ripe old age? Because when we started this, first guy, Adam or something, lived to like 700 years old, 800 years old.
Yeah.
And then it went steadily down and down and down and down.
The earlier you had kids,
The more oh yeah, it seemed like the earlier they had kids, the men, I guess, because that's the only people they talked about. The older men were when they had kids, the longer they lived.
yeah,
Hmm.
weird pattern.
Yeah. So ripe old age, whatever. 175 is apparently the ripe old age. Grown old after a full life, and he was taken to his kinsmen. His sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave. I guess Ishmael came back from the woods.
He was allowed to, eh?
I guess so. One had his penis cut and one did not. Fun trivia fact. Buried him in the cave of Machpelah in the field of Ephron, son of Zoar the Hittite, which faces Mamre, the field that Abraham had bought from the Hittites. There he was buried next to his wife Sarah. After the death of Abraham, God blessed his son Isaac, because he was the one that had his penis cut off, who made his home near Beer Lahai Roy. Sounds delicious. Descendants of Ishmael. Yeah, the measurement time could be different, but we're also like, this is like all in the same book. They went from 800 to 175, and even one of them lived to like 80 or something. All right, a more reasonable, I guess, by our standards or whatever. So they're all happening in the Bible at the same time. Are they from different writers? I mean, I don't know. That information isn't available. I'm sorry. Death of Abraham, descendants of Ishmael. That sounds so great-ish. These are the descendants of Abraham's son Ishmael, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's slave, bore to Abraham. These are the names of Ishmael's sons, listed in order of their birth. Oh, here we go. Nebaioth, Ishmael's firstborn. Well, yes, you did say in order of, always repeating these arbitrary facts. Kedar, Adbeel. Which one do you want to name our kid? Mibsam, Mishma Duma Masa, Hadad.
We gotta name our kid that one.
Which one?
Mumamasa? Alright.
Oh, yep. Mishma Duma Masa. Hadad, Tima, Jitor, Nafish. What do these words mean, I wonder? We'd have to... That's years and years and years of understanding things. Holy crap. I mean, you could just, like, Google something and have them tell you, but I'd rather do that kind of research myself to be as sure as I am about other things. Nafish. Kadama?
Admiral Kadama?
Admiral Kadama? These are the sons of Ishmael. Okay, number 3. Their names by their villages and encampments. So I guess they named themselves by the space that they occupied and declared and named it. And that's why we call it Zoar. Because Zoar lived there and Zoar made it or something.
Makes
I don't
sense.
know. Maybe those names were already there, perhaps, and that's how they kind of like crept into the culture, the nationality of things by saying, that's my name, that's my place. So the servant took. Wait, nope. Where the hell did I go? Oh, I'm on the wrong paragraph. Uh. These are the sons of Ishmael, their name of their villages and encampment, 12 chieftains of as many tribal groups. Ooh, that means God totally told him the thing that he did the thing that he told Abraham he would do.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna be so fertile, and
Ugh.
you're gonna lead some nations.
The span of Ishmael's life was 137 years, getting a little less. After he had breathed his last and died, he was taken to his kinsmen. The Ishmaelites ranged from Havilah by shore, Havilah foreshore, which on the border of Egypt, all the way to Asher, and each of them pitched camp in opposition to his various kinsmen. All right, good for you. The patriarchs, Isaac and Jacob. This is not a new chapter, but it's says 3 here. There wasn't a 1 or a 2,
All right.
but part 3, I guess. Bertha, well, I guess it's just they're just it's they said that they try to do like a literal interpretation of this. Reader's Digest or whoever they hired to do it was given the secrets to all the vault things and they could decode it, whatever, translate it into a brand new thing, from what I understand. Birth of Esau and Jacob. This is the family's history of Isaac, son of Abraham. Abraham had begotten Isaac. Isaac was 40 years old.
Oh, it's that. Thank you.
Yeah. The dryer.
Yeah, it sounded like gunfire or something. I was noticing it more and more. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Hot.
Abraham had begotten Isaac. Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean of Pada Aram, and sister of Laban James and Aramean. So he had gone back to his place to get like a sister wife, kinda, right?
Yeah.
Or he didn't go. Abraham told his servant to go get.
Yeah. Bring me no, first one was to get his son. Abraham's like, go bring my son.
Yeah, go to the place where I was born and get my son a wife.
Yeah. I got one on order.
Oh, what a love story though, that Abraham didn't go get a wife, he just had a bunch of concubines instead. Concubines, am I right, fellas? Bethel and Pada Aram, the sister of something something. Isaac entreated the Lord on behalf of his wife. Isaac entreated the Lord on behalf of his wife, since she was sterile. Again, there's another sterile woman? That seems a little suspect, don't you think?
Kind of weird.
Yeah. Abraham begotten Isaac. Where am I? The Lord.
Or it could be weird, but how good were they eating? What was their everyday's life? You know?
It seems strange that there wasn't enough for both Lot and Abraham to live off that land. So were people, what it seems like is that people just kind of used everything up until it wasn't anymore. And that's kind of how a lot of deserts started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's not a notion of we have to make sure that this stays, we that the earth still gives us stuff. I mean, they were sacrificing for rain.
Yeah.
So how much could they really know about keeping things renewable? I guess is the best way to say it right now. I don't think hunter and gatherers really knew how to do like renewable stuff. They weren't doing it because they were smart or whatever. It was just like the easiest thing to do. There's more like there's a survival and thrival pattern that I think a lot of historians won't be able to see by just compiling the Bible or trying to interpret the Bible. There's not a lot of information about that can be known. So to take what you get and to just see it as best you can and kind of put it into the context of other things, knowing a lot of Plato's time has helped me tremendously, and knowing how it really shines a light on corruption. And then you can see how the Romans weren't any fucking better, and then the Romans losing to their vanities and everything kind of shaping based on the war around them. And if you watch the shape of the war around people, you can see how the motivations of war and the state of mind that people are in when they do war, or before they do, at any point, I guess. And you really get a picture of how people thought back then, even with just Bible stuff. The Bible has been informative. It kind of painted a picture of what people might have been like, the easy way that they trick each other, or the stories, even the stories that someone liked at some point because they came all the way from fucking thousands of years ago. So it's crazy. Everything's crazy. Bury his wife. We're on Jacob.
Where do UFOs come in?
Oh my god. Where could UFOs come in?
Space war. We gotta have
UFOs come in where people can't answer questions or don't have somebody to answer a question another way. There's kind of just like easy, maybe aliens. It's that same fear that caused people to. It's the same fear that we saw in Abraham and in his wife and the pharaohs. There's a fear of the unknown that when you're told what that fear is, it's like, oh, you understand everything. Tell me how to make this fear go away. Make the bad things go away. And there's still, to this day, there is not a definitive line that people have drawn to understand the differences between the inside, where we only exist by ourselves, and the outside world where we all exist together. So if people aren't doing it now, I can't just assume that they were smarter back then. Not even Plato was.
No.
We could, time and time again, he makes it seem like whatever's going on in your head and whatever's on the outside is it's all just in the same world. I guess it would only make sense if like I had to do the inside and the outside and how things affect us. And I don't know if it was even it was needed, because people were tricked all the time.
Example, right? If I'm understanding you correctly, taking taking kids away from their parents at an early age so they can be
Mm-hmm.
the protectors of the city.
Uh-huh.
Uh, I don't think they're thinking of how that's detrimental to the kid and things that are detrimental there. The deficiencies that they talk about, it's just for the good of the state. It's for the outside world.
Mm-hmm. Can you say that one more time?
Probably
It's
not.
something that the good of the it's about the good of the state, because then it's
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
good.
So, yeah. Sorry, you were saying that with Plato, it was just the inside world and the outside world, like they should match, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like our awareness of or something.
Yeah. Oh, so the prime examples of that is that what's good for the state is good for the self, but it has to be what's good for the self is it will inevitably be good for the state, because we're all doing the best for ourselves. We all put in the truth and put in the what we need and what we want, and measure ourselves by the things we know we are that we can't control, like breathing, and the things we can control, like anger. um but Plato, because he goes in that opposite direction, he goes, well, maybe we shouldn't have, and we don't know yet because we haven't read that. Maybe he's just fucking with this, that this is what Glaucon believes and Plato or Socrates doesn't. That, ooh, hold on. That you can prevent the individual from trying to play different notes on a music scale because it sounds lamentatious or whatever.
Yeah.
He can believe that you can do that, when obviously a child, anybody can figure out anything. They can try to make all the noises.
They can whistle.
Yeah, and do a sad song with a whistle. What are you gonna do? Arrest him? I don't know, but that's how far we got in that. Worst takes. Please, let's be civil here, Waffles. They cut baby dicks. That's the scale of how we're reading this. That there is a fear, and you got to read it with us. There's a fear that these people had, and there are. Do I gotta get an example? When there is a conversation with God, they go in many different ways, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes there's an angel, sometimes it's an angel that says he's speaking through God, but then God is talking and he's talking. There's so much confusion, but there's never anything that indicates this is happening on the outside. Besides the angels, when somebody's talking to God, it's always happening in their head. That's something significant, because then you watch like Abraham. He had a conversation with God that was like, you're going to destroy this city. But what if there are innocent people in that city? God was like, maybe. Abraham said, what if half of them were good people? Would you still destroy the city? No, I would not destroy the city. What if there was only 20 out of 100 good people in the city? Would you still destroy the city? No, I would not destroy the city. And then Abraham was like, you promise? And then God destroyed the city anyway, Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
There are contradictions that you're not going to be able to get from anybody else. I don't see anybody ever interpreting the Bible with the contradictions in the Bible. That is important. I guess that's what we're gonna keep doing.
Yeah. That's and by doing it this way, I've noticed that the patterns and things get more and more and more louder.
Mm-hmm.
You can follow it a lot easier.
Mm-hmm. Look, nobody trusts the Jews right now, right?
Yeah.
Politically, religiously, they all hold, that's all held in this grasp by a few people, the Zionists. They got a proclaimed Zionist running their country. If he gets to say, if he gets to interpret what these things are and people agree, if they read it and they disagree, regardless, we're talking about baby dicks here. That it's okay to cut a child's penis. If we let people, if we justify anything that promotes
Mutilating a baby.
mutilating a baby, promotes a God who says, don't do this thing, right? Let's set up this situation of fucking Adam and Eve. God says, look at all this shit you got. And this is probably a poor interpretation, but the basic things will be here. You got all this stuff. Don't eat from this specific tree. If you do, something will happen to you. You'll die or something. Or I don't want you. Fuck you. I don't want you. You can't have it. So God has made a situation with two people who don't know they're naked by this point. So what kind of obliviousness is that supposed to represent? What kind of ignorance of the world around you? You have to be like a baby. They would have to be led like a baby. And God just said, don't eat this. So the snake comes up. Now God has created a place with something you can't eat, a temptation to just do what you want. Taste this thing. Why not? Life is there to explore. There's no reason to not explore it. If he puts something there to not explore, it goes against nature. Because now we're explorers, right? We explore everything. Where is the fucking tree of knowledge that we're not allowed to have right now? Ain't nobody talking to us about that shit.
No.
So he has created this situation with a thing that these two people can't explore. And puts in himself, because he made the universe, right?
Yeah.
Puts in this fucking snake that can talk to Eve and go, why can't you eat it? How did they say it exactly? Do we gotta fucking go all the way? Because it's interesting. Because it's so like, it's not like, ooh, he told you this and that, but I'm trying to trick you. The snake just said, no, he didn't. He didn't mean it. Some shit, like random shit like that. Where is it? Historical books, that's still... It's so interesting to me. Swimming creatures. Garden of Eden. Okay, they're naked now. It's not good for the man to be alone. Man gave names to all the cattle. Okay. He took out his ribs to make what's his face. What's her face? That's the man left his father. The man and his wife were both naked, yet they felt no shame. Okay, so it's not... We're not there yet. They made a fucking thing of this again. Serpent tricked me into it. Okay. Moving around in the garden. The man and his wife hid themselves because they were naked. Oh, he did say, did God really tell you not to eat from any of the tree in the garden? The woman answered the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden. It's only about the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden that God said, You shall not eat it or even touch it, lest you die. But the serpent said to the woman, you certainly will not die. So it's a contradiction. Now we're talking about just basic is not that we come to realize as humans. No, you won't. You won't die. And guess what? That fucking snake was right. She didn't die. She has to, now he's like, oh, I'll make you die eventually. Now you're going to die of old age. Well, they didn't have awareness of their nakedness, so they didn't have any sense of death. He could have just killed them anyway before. Who knows? This God is not trustworthy. Will you kill this? Will you destroy this city if only 20 good people are there, but the rest are bad? No, I won't. I will, for you here, buddy, I won't kill these people. And then he killed those people. He killed 2 of those people. However, didn't kill the people in Zoar for some reason because Lot said, no, please, I can't survive in the mountain. I'm going to die anyway. So if you're going to spare my life, let me go to this town and don't blow up this town. And God was like, okay.
Striking deals.
The contradictions in this shows the foolishness of it. So we're primarily focusing on foolishness, and if something is not foolish, it'll definitely show up. Okay, moral values maybe somewhere. We'll see. We haven't got to any fucking yet.
What is the thing that lets you reveal foolishness?
The contradictions?
Does anger reveal foolishness?
Yes.
Okay.
It can. I mean, at some point, you gotta have self-control or else circumstances, but...
What other things reveal foolishness?
Desires, like, gay sex. The sexual, giving into sexual deviance. Giving into addiction. Going against your own survival.
Okay.
Being completely random and dancing on TikTok like a fucking retard. Saying things that don't make sense. It's expecting people to know something that you know from your perspective is foolishness. Not exploring, denying people's sense of exploration. Should I keep going? There's probably more. Taxes. Having a daddy.
I'm trying to somehow tie wisdom. To help reveal.
Okay. I guess it's all those virtues, right? We were talking about the wisdom and all the temperance and the courage and
yeah.
Kind of untangling all those vines. Eventually will steer someone away from foolishness, all the foolishness. Most of the foolishness.
Just what is foolishness? Going away from the best thing?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's all the only way to, like, basically, because there's so much. I think we're all foolishness. We're all foolishness. We're all probably fools because people weren't any smarter at some point, It took them years to do, like, farming and stuff, and a generation for us to lose it. You picked that up like there was a spider. Like, oh, I caught you. It was just a hat. Okay.
Just a hat.
Panicking. Okay. Okay. All of you, miss you, one piece. Can't you pee out the window? I don't know if anybody's here anymore. Hi. If not, I'll just sit here in silence and wait for you to come back. Love you, miss you, One Piece. Holy Day was Saturday, but they changed it to Sunday. That's a whole bunch of random info. Like, there's like a dissertation that's got to be written with all these fucking like sources and shit. Sun's Day, Saturn's Day. Saturn is the sun. Bombardment. Wrong Greece doesn't. Going in with the mindset that it's all the same. Well, men are very predictable. They all kind of have their own little thing, but they're also their differences. It's definitely, I wouldn't take any of this as all the same thing. But it's all together now. Just like Limp Bizkit, just like the cruel Limp Bizkit. Abraham's life. Patriarchs. Let's read these fucking names. Family history of Isaac, son of Abraham. Abraham had begotten Isaac. Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, of Aramin, of Padan Aram, and the sister of Laban, the Aramean. Isaac entreated the Lord on behalf of his wife since she was sterile. The Lord heard his entreaty, and Rebekah became pregnant. But the children in her womb jostled each other so much that she exclaimed, "If this is to be so, what good will it do me?" She went to consult the Lord, and he answered her, "Two nations are in your womb. Two people are quarreling while still within you." Quarreling? But one shall surpass the other, and the older shall serve the younger. This bitch is pregnant with twins.
Say what?
Yeah. So I guess what's his face? Isaac made a treaty of some sort. Maybe did a sacrifice or just asked. For, is that the one I like too?
No, but I was wondering if you wanted to pick it, or would you want to? You want me to cut one?
I hate Mexican chocolate, I've come to realize. Chocolate and cinnamon, I will decree, are no good together. It doesn't matter if anybody else likes it. My opinion is God. I am Abraham. Cut off thy penis or suffer thine consequences of some such shit. She's pregnant, or she gets pregnant because Isaac is like, "Hey God, can I give me a baby?" And then it happened. Sound a little familiar, the time and space that we existed in, which fucked me up more. I heard things that if you stop smoking, you're gonna get pregnant. But it could have just been my mind. Maybe that's what they were doing. Like, God was like, drink some milk. Or something, you know?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I said cut carbs out of your life.
So she had the twins jostled so much that Rebecca says, "If this is to be so, what good will it do me?" Maybe they were like fussing around together. I wonder why. Mine don't seem to be fussing together.
Because you're not gonna cut their wieners off, and they know it.
Yeah, less stressful no matter what fucking bullshit. It's less stress than like wars and being a young girl that has to find her way with her father husband or all great uncle husband, whatever. Is it there's such a disconnect with I guess maybe the emotions of females at any point in time versus me, because I only know how I survived. I don't know what people's view of existing was at any point in time. Did they just deal with it? Was it scary? Was it like Daenerys Targaryen? They're just some kid getting fucking sold to a guy and they're like, well, this is my life now. I don't really understand. Did you
Yeah.
cut your mustache? Oh, there's looks like there's a oh, it's just weird. Oh, it's just all the crumbs.
Come on, get down with the fatness. This is a family show.
So me with my craziness too is like, if me, the person who couldn't get pregnant at any point in time, uh could get pregnant at this point in time. I just had that trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just talking to fucking the sun and being like, holy shit. It had to be, they must be doing some drugs, or maybe that's just like peak psychosis when you start hearing something that's so far outside of yourself but still is like just happening in your head. I don't know, a lot of things to think about jostle around like babies. Consult two nations. Oh, so God says two nations are in your womb, two people are quarreling while still within you. That kind of sucks. I bet you if you gave them a good relationship, they wouldn't be quarreling at all. They just, playing with each other, showing them love or whatever. Playing, hanging out. One shall surpass the other, and the older shall serve the younger. So now, I guess the one that comes out last is not much of what's older or younger. They both, the time that they come out of your vagina does not say how old they are, because they were both gestated or whatever at this gestated fucking, they were both the man cummed and they appeared at the same time.
Belly brood.
Yeah. So whoever comes out first isn't necessarily older or younger. That's kind of like if this is God, it's a little lazy, the words. Couldn't say the one that comes out first or the one that comes out second will be the one that comes out after the other will be the king, who surpasses the other. Something like that, instead of something that's inaccurate. People
What's the
measure
reason why? He was first. That's why he's the number one.
people measure twins like that ignorantly. Why would God? If we can say no, they were both born at the same exact time, and if not, if one developed faster than the other, or if one was, I don't know, if the sperm went in the egg first. No, how do twins work? The fraternal twins have two semens or two eggs, two semens. I don't know, but they both have one semen, one egg, identical twins, right?
Yeah.
And it splits into two.
Yeah.
So they were born at the same time. Hmm. Oh, I'm older. No, you're not, bitch. You came out first. I came out of my mother's vagina first. Or what if you get a C-section? Or they cut your stomach open, as I like to call it. What if they cut you open and take out a baby first?
Yeah.
Which one is older? It's stupid. It's a stupid way to do things. It's lazy. It's saying something that it isn't, and those should always be avoided because they're so easy to do. Two nations are in your womb, and the older shall serve the younger. But when the time of her delivery came, there were twins in her womb. Well, I kind of figure that. The first to emerge, well, there we go. God didn't say that, though. The first to emerge was reddish, and his whole body was like a hairy mantle. What the fuck is a hairy mantle?
I don't want to look it up. It sounds like a sex move. I don't.
So they named him Esau. Esau, because that's the sound donkeys make, right? And donkeys are hairy. Maybe. I don't know. His brother came next, gripping Esau's heel. So they named him Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when they were born. Hold up. Oh, he married her when he was 40. I was gonna say, was this bitch pregnant for 20 years? Sounds familiar. So I guess they were, I don't know how old Rebecca was. She was like probably 14 or something. There was something they said. No, they didn't say at all, I think, how old she was. We just kind of have to assume because she's from a generation before Isaac. It was Abraham and Abraham's brother. And then Abraham and Abraham's sister. And then the sister had a baby. And then that baby had a baby. And then that baby had a baby. And then with Abraham, it was Isaac. And then. Oh no, it was Abraham and then Isaac. Something like that. There's a generation between
I
them.
gotcha. Okay.
But who knows with how old? 700, 150. Emerge, hairy mantle. He was holding him by the heel, so they named him Jacob. I would like to understand a lot of this that I don't understand. Because he was holding his brother's heel, he was named Jacob. So did Jacob mean the same thing here as it does in other places in the Bible? How do they, is there someone who's doing all that exactamundo tracing? What does Esau mean? Is that something they learned from the Canaanites because they're living in their country or something? Or lots of things.
Yeah, where the fuck does that come from?
60 years old when they were born. As the boys grew up, Esau became a skillful hunter, a man who lived in the open. whereas Jacob was a simple man who kept to his tents. He was a housewife.
Yakuza.
A Yakuza housewife, yeah. Ugh. What a bunch of propaganda. Isaac preferred Esau. I need something to drink real quick. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Um, Isaac preferred Esau because he was fond of game, but Rebecca preferred Jacob. Oh, well, no shit that Jacob liked the house. Bitch stayed in the house and he's like, oh, Papa, let's go hunting. Probably just slaughtering everything. Oh my god. Once, when Jacob was cooking a stew, hold up, another man cooking food?
You know, cooks food.
You too.
What, me?
Yeah. But I know, Waffle says that that's a woman's job. Is it twice or is it 3 times? We'll say twice just because that's what I remember. Came out, they was red, whatever. Simple man. Rebecca preferred Jacob once when Jacob was cooking a stew. So Jacob is the new man, the second son. So he's gonna be the more powerful one.
The heel grabber. Right?
Yeah, yeah. Wouldn't that be crazy? If you don't even have to deliver the second one, like you don't have to push out the second one because they're both coming out at the same time, that'd be pretty cool. Jacob was Esau.
Fucking monkeys in a barrel.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they called him Jacob, because that's Hebrew for monkey in a barrel. Once, when Jacob was cooking a stew, Esau came in from the open, famished. He said to Jacob, let me gulp down some of that red stuff. I'm starving. Stuff? What you mean, stuff? What word did they use instead of stuff? There was something else we were reading. It was like, oh, is that really what they would have said back then?
Scot free.
Yeah, scot free. What fucking not Greek ass fucking saying? Ugh. That is why he was called Edom. But Jacob replied, first, give me your birthright in exchange for it. Huh? First, give me your birthright. Oh, just because God said he wasn't gonna, or the Jacob was gonna be the best, doesn't mean that he didn't have to do something to become. And this is where he does it.
Oh.
Esau is favored by his dad. So, of course, he would give his first son, the first one that popped out, because that's just the way people fucking think. He came out first, so he should be the one who has the birthright of the land or whatever. Maybe they've already sorted out, like, who will get who, and now he's just gonna get all of it or something. Is he about to trick his fucking brother for some soup? Motherfucker just wanted soup. Every time a man is cooking in here, it's used to, like, trick people, it seems. The second one that I was thinking of, the third one, was Abraham, like, made bread and put water in a sheepskin for Hagar to go into the fucking wild by herself. Here's some bread, here's some water, get the fuck out.
You know what I was thinking about making as a bit of a snack for us?
What?
Soup.
Oh, shit. Soup is a snack? What are we fucking...
Soup's not always the meal, you know. I was thinking about making some egg drop soup.
Oh yeah, that would be tasty. I do like me some, me some miso egg drop soup. Ooh, take your soup and get the fuck out. You're gonna have to give me your birthright if you want me to eat your soup. I'm just taking everything. I'm not
Shit.
making the soup. I'm not like yeah.
Damn. If I want to serve you the soup, I gotta give you my firstborn?
Yeah. Your
Or
birthright. Give me everything you own. Oh
everything?
wait.
Shit. Everything?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna need those glasses. I'm gonna wear them and fucking knock into shit all stupid.
I better make sure giving you soup's worth it then. I could give it that much.
Giving me anything is worth it. This you know.
I do. Other times I don't act like it.
Yeah. But I know my worth, damn it. It's at least $1.50. So I could buy me a fucking dollar store video for
Can of
$1.25.
Pringles and some tuna fish.
Oh god. The place is terrible. Everything's so terrible. Where fucking are we? Give me your birthright for some fucking stew. Motherfucker, I'm gonna hit you over the head and take your stew and also take your birthright. Uh, no way. Listen to this. Let me gulp down some of that stuff. That red stuff. I'm starving. That is why he was called Edom. Is this a fucking joke?
I gotta eat them.
And also, he already has a name. What do you mean that's why we called him Edom? This
The fuck? Oh man.
This is ridiculous. Is this just a coincidence?
It could be. I mean, it's awfully fucking silly.
That is why
Everything else has been foolish. So if we come across something super foolish,
you're fucking trolling me, right? This is a fucking prank, right? Fucking straight out of Ashton Kutcher's asshole. He's called Edom. Who's called Edom? Is it Jacob or Esau? Esau. He's hairy, so he fucking talks like a donkey.
Esau's now Edom.
Maybe.
Just like Sarah's changed names.
Sarai changed to Sarah. Oh my god. Now he's
Abram.
dead. Yeah, Abram. Then
Abraham.
But Jacob replied, "First, give me your birthright in exchange for it." What? Okay, yeah. I didn't read that part last. That part. Jacob replied, "First, give me your birthright in exchange for it." "Look," said Esau, "I thought his name was Edom now. I'm on the point of dying. But what good will any birthright do me?" So, if I'm about to die, I'd be like, "Ma! I'm sure fucking Rebecca was there. Some servant."
You couldn't fuck him. You're the older brother. You couldn't try to put him in a headlock and steal his soup.
Yeah, oh, I'm so dying. I made it here. I was so irresponsible that I didn't bring any snacks with me. My father's still in the desert or something, and we didn't go together for some reason. And I
call an ambulance and a pizza.
Yeah. Oh, he's like that fucking fat guy. What was his name? Steven. Steven Horseshoe or some shit. Steven Horseshoe. Still being fat and green though. Kind of unfortunate. He found love, that guy. Apparently, there was an attraction to someone and they got married and everything. But he didn't try hard enough. He didn't ride that wave of love. He just kind of was like, well, now you're supposed to support me as I get fat and insecure and not try. He was I think he said he was eating pizzas and like hiding it from her and shit. So it wasn't trying very hard.
No.
It sucks though. I don't want that to happen. I wish I could help people understand. I make everybody angry. I would make anybody angry, especially a big fat guy. I was like, hey, you need to lay off the Cheetos. Say what? Get smacked with a titty or two. Jacob replied, first give me a look, said Esau. I'm on the point of dying. No, you're not. You did this for like a joke. I'm literally dying.
Oh.
No, you said
Oh.
you're laughing. We're experiencing something funny and you're like, I'm dying. What a shit stupid thing to fucking say. Just losing the meaning of everything all the time, and then YouTube gets to profit from it, pieces of shit. What good would my birthright do me? But Jacob insisted. Swear to me first. He's really adamant. So, he sold Jacob his birthright under oath. Jacob then gave him some bread and the lentil stew. Ew, it wasn't. And Esau ate, drank, got up, and went his way. Who normally feeds this motherfucker? Where's that person? It's just a story of deceit. Every single fucking thing we've read in this Bible so far is abuse and deceit and fucking stupidity and child sex and incest.
Child sex counts.
Yeah.
But that was a child initiating the sexes.
Yeah.
Don't give me that look, cat.
He's not amused. Swear to me. And where's the dad going, no, I'm not letting this stupid bullshit. I've heard you did Abraham, did my father fucking talk to you in your dream and tell you how to be an asshole? Because I know all about his bullshit. Putting my stepmom or whatever out in the desert, tricking pharaohs into having sex with my wife for cows. Ugh.
Yeah, I can't believe he used that fucking line twice and got away with it.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
But the second time he had an excuse. He was like, the first time he didn't say nothing about it. But the second time, he was like, you upset God, whatever, give me my stuff. She's my sister. Fuck you. Goodbye. But this one he had to live with because he was inside. He tricked the higher up in Canaan to fucking gain favor somehow. He was doing a magic trick. He was abracadabraing. That's probably why fucking Isaac went away. He was out in the desert or whatever when they came and gave him Rebecca. Because he was so tired of his fucking dad. Like, I don't want to play tricks on people. I don't want you to play tricks on people. I gotta leave. That was from Isaac's diary. It was dug up yesterday by me in Israel.
God, I hate that God.
So Isaac really should have stepped in and be like, no, I don't like you. You're not my firstborn. So, and I don't go hunting with you. We have nothing in common. I like this son better. And if you keep this up, I'll just fucking send you to the wolves like my father did to my brother's mom.
Didn't they call Jacob a simple man? Is this really simple?
Did he call?
Yeah.
he was reddish, so he was. Oh, Jacob is the simple man.
Yeah.
Came out gripping the heel. Skillful hunter. Oh, yeah, Jacob was a simple man. This is how you lie. This is how you tell Jewish lies. This is how you tell people who are the people who are addicted to things. This is how they lie. This is, oh, you told me that I could bum a cigarette and I gave you 2 cigarettes last time. Come on, man, just give me another cigarette. Swear to me that you'll bring me $1 tomorrow. It's the same shit. Oh, God. I'm traumatized. I'm literally shaking right now.
What was that?
So, blah, 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 blah. Lentil stew. Esau ate, drank, got up, and went his way. Esau cared little for his birthright. Because he's like, whatever. Right? What would he... I get to just hang out. He wants to chill. And Jacob probably is like, something castle, maybe. Having home defense, doing things here. This is my abode. And he's just a monkey boy. He could go out, fucking go hunting. He's probably fighting with wolves and climbing trees, eating weird shit he finds.
Shampooing buffaloes.
Yeah. Cared little. Chapter 26. The end. That was... What?
It reminds me of like trading things at school. You gotta give me this. If I do this for you, give me a fruit roll.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm so hungry. I hate all the other food.
It's showing a person who doesn't have the same value as like Abraham had, and and now Jacob, he's like, I want my stuff. And Abraham's spreading out his other sons. He still set them up, which was nice. Allegedly, according to, sent them off to do things. Brothers will fight for stuff. So Abraham takes his sons and spreads them out.
Yeah.
In the beginning of this part, God's always talking about having lots of people and spreading them out. The original couple people, Adam and Eve, Noah, and then Noah's brothers spread out to, Yeah. It's like they can't get along, or they decide not to get along. So we're going about our separate ways. Interesting pattern, right?
Yeah.
Even if it was written by 800 different people at this point, there's still a pattern. Chapter 26. Isaac and Abimelech. So Abimelech is still hanging around.
That's the second dude who got tricked.
Yeah. Yup. There was a famine in the land. Gee. With people like fucking... I wonder if these famines... Because famines happen fucking all the time everywhere. They have... It's used as like a means to hurt people with war. And yet somehow like garbage piles up. Nobody like compost shit, or... There's no opportunity to try to find land that isn't poisoned or whatever they do with whatever. But there's also a lot that are spoken about in the Bible. There's just famines. If these people were more responsible with the things that they did so that their family could have some. And we know the Mormons are a perfect example. They come out and say, the world is yours to fucking use. The God will just give you whatever you want. And that's their crazy ass heads saying the same crazy ass shit that I would imagine these people did. If they had those thoughts at all. They just probably at this point right now, they don't fucking care. Why would they? You live in a generation where you have stuff. Why would you think about anything else? And people even, this is where the mentality of like Philip, Alexander's dad, comes from, where he's seeing these destructive patterns, but he doesn't know what to do. So he just delegates with all these people and fights wars. He's the biggest guy around, but he still lets some people have some stuff. And then his fucking son kills him. So that's not off to a good start for the next generation. And I think seeing the patterns like this throughout history. What about what they did to the fucking Thames in the Thames? Fuck you. You put an H in there, I say Thame. To the Thomas in England, where they just, ports coming in, people throwing shit all over the place, nobody giving a crap about anything. So what do you expect is gonna have people pooping everywhere?
It's so gross, like it's still a joke to this day.
Yeah. Your mom's pussy is as dirty as the Thames.
Nobody's going and drinking from that shit. They haven't done
Nope.
things to make that better. It's poison so bad.
They have a whole island apparently of Legos because there was some ship that crashed that had a bunch of Legos and they're just everywhere.
What?
I think that Tom Scott guy went there and brought someone there with him who collects. There's like a group, a fan club. There's so many people who go garbage scavenging because miscavenging, that make these find all these unique things because there's so much fucking garbage everywhere. And obviously we haven't learned anything because people are still putting fucking garbage everywhere. They're still making garbage, and it's because they read these things, they don't see these fucking patterns. There's so much throughout history that fucking, it always sticks with me. That guy from Libya or Lebanon, so proud that he fucking cut down the last of this unique large fucking tree. It's gross. It's disgusting. There was a story Richard or something. His toilet was pooping right into a body of water, probably the Thames. The Thames. He had it like a seat. I think maybe I may be making this up. It may be something that I wondered, or it may be how he died. He had like an iron gate, allegedly, had an iron gate outside of a window that curved so that he would sit there and his poop would fall out, like a fire escape if you live in a big city. And somebody like fucking put something up his ass, like a spear or some shit. Or I may be making that up. We would have to look it up.
You shared that story with me. Oh God.
Yeah. So, and all that poop would be fine if they weren't putting it in the water. Water is a whole different bacteria thing than the earth. And when the earth, all the stuff that we can poop out can be decomposed, can be less, can be more interfered with when it's on the land by the sun. Water gets murky. There's different bacterias eating all those things, but it's better if you take the poop, and all of our poops would be fertilizable if we weren't eating fucking shit. I don't care what anybody saw in that Matt Damon movies. We could fertilize our own poop if it wasn't filled with like plastic and GMOs and fucking
Tetrachlorides.
yeah, titanium white. So
whatever the fuck's in Fruit Loops.
yeah. Whatever's in fucking McDonald's. Oh my god.
Oreos, Nabisco.
Yeah. Chemical compounds that science makes. They don't know how it does or does not interact with the earth around us. So with the sun, with the earthworms and the things that eat that stuff and living and dying, blah blah blah, digging a hole, cause flies kind of suck. I don't think it's the best idea to fucking just leave poop out in the sun to, you don't want flies, but digging a hole is a good idea because then it gets decomposed after a while.
What
and you could shit there and plant there. They don't have to be fucking together.
In one of the city we used to live in,
yeah,
they would collect the poop and then see those big, like, look like a concrete field.
Yeah.
Just like off the fucking highway and stuff.
Yeah.
I think there were a couple on the way when we went to go visit your brother while he was working.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they take sewage and spill it out onto those big concrete things. Wait till it dried, gets baked in the sun because it was hot as fuck.
Oh, but coronavirus.
And then bulldozer and scrape it and then take it all to the landfill.
That's intense.
But
doesn't work though, because that shit is still fucking. And the flies that would have been there, I'm sure, is
flies, and the picking process isn't good, so there's still.
And there are people who have to look at all that fucking poop and other things. I bet you sometimes fetuses, animals. That whole system is fucking gnarly. Gnarly as in not good gnarly.
I don't know of a situation where it could be. Oh, I guess what, surfers? Oh, gnarly.
Yeah, well, I'm literally dying right now. That's so funny that I'm dying. Ugh. Where's this fucking... Oh, chapter 26. Isaac and Abimelech. Fucking third generation? No, second generation. It was Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Esau. Esau. And this is Isaac and Abimelech. There was a famine in the land, distinct from the earlier one that had occurred.
I want to... Sorry, that's something I wanted to ask about. I don't know this, but has it been observed in remote areas that famines happen? Or do famines happen because of the things that humans cause, they interact with?
Yeah. I would say the latter. It's what the humans do.
So if there were no humans, there wouldn't be famines?
Yes. Well, no, because I think animals could cause it too. That may be what happened with the dinosaurs. Something got more dominant or something. Something happened with wind patterns, something volcanoes, or maybe there was a whole shit ton of fish in the water or something. Maybe that shit used to be fresh water until so much death. Because there were so many things and they got so big, maybe that yada yada. You can see it in other things that have things live and die. But giant things that eat like trees and shit, they could cause, wind patterns to change, the rotation of the earth to fucking change. Who knows? Just an interesting, weird thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's the disaster event. Maybe not. Maybe it's just when the thing happened. Not that there was a sudden thing that happened, but when the thing builds up and then it happens, that's the event. But to what extent? Who knows? When is there a tsunami? When the tide starts rolling back a whole fuck ton? Or is it when the first wave crashes? Is it when it's still in the ocean? If it's when it's over where it's usually not?
Yeah, what's the starter point? Now it's the tsunami.
Yeah. People have always been shitty with time. So who's to say what any of this stuff? I would say that when you do things wrong, wrong things happen.
Um, I believe that a tornado isn't considered a tornado until it completes the connection with the ground.
So was the tornado not a tornado? It was building up to be the thing that touches the ground.
Yeah, so it's like, shh, but like no, until then it's a funnel cloud. But when the thing finally,
You know
touches
how
the ground,
strong it has to be to reach that thing. It is that thing before it's. How do you know that the candle was? Oh no, you see a candle, but it was lit long ago or some shit. The Stargate fucking thing. If you see a candle in the wild, it was burning long ago. Sorry, what?
If you see the candle lit, then you know dinner was cooked long ago.
It.
I think that's it.
Some fucking weird shit. That shit was an Air Force plot to make you believe that
you could be enlightened.
Army did good. Yeah, they took Enlightenment stupidly. They took like the ancient stuff stupidly.
They were so wasn't looking backwards, looking for old people.
Mm-hmm. That the ancients were smarter, and I think it has ingrained itself into people. Why doesn't anybody think that people were stupid and we can be the smartest now? And it doesn't matter if we know what the fuck they were talking about. It's what we see what they were doing that matters. And whatever's left over with words, you can outspeak that stuff now. Even I like reading the Plato stuff, but I still know he's not as smart as he could be if he lived today. Because he didn't have all the history to look back on.
Yeah.
He was making it.
What if it were true and people in the past were smarter than us? Can we catch up?
Why not? Absolutely.
So
they can only learn as much as we can learn.
Yeah, if that is the case, if we could catch up, I feel like people could
Mass Effect
easily be smarter than the people who lived only a couple
Star
hundred years ago.
The Vulcans were like doing computer shit when the humans were just babies, right?
Yeah.
So we're supposed to believe that now we're just having agreements, political agreements with people that are stronger than us and are supposed to be smarter than us, even though, they get a boner and they start banging their heads on fucking pelvises. They're crazy. The whole concept of ancient alien is crazy. And to see the Bible as something like that too, where there's really good morals and values, whatever, but you can own those things and move past this shit. And you can't trust everybody you hear about it. You got to gather your own data, and that's how you become smarter than the people who came before you. Sorry, they can't be as smart as us. No matter how much we like, I don't know who exists. Sylvia Brown, first person I thought was Lori Beth Dimberg.
The fat chick from all that.
We can, or Judy Garland, some shit. We go, oh, there was something so better about them than us now. Then you end up giving part of yourself to that, and then you get angry, and then you don't understand shit because you give too much of yourself to the past instead of taking the past and understanding it on your own relative now terms. It's dangerous, and it makes you weak. So, I haven't pet this kitty. Hello, Socrates. How are you? Ooh, do you mind? Oh.
He likes it.
Oh, do you like it? But when is it time to stop? I only know when he hurts my feelings. Alright, so this is a different famine. They make it clear. And these are all tricks. All of these, you can learn. If you can learn how to do tricks from the Bible, then the characters were doing tricks. You don't need an interpreter for that shit. Unless they completely rewrote all this shit. You're rubbing your eyes again. Gotta take the bias. If you're not removing biases, you don't learn shit. And the ultimate bias is respecting stuff from the past more than you respect your opportunity to be smarter than that past shit right now. Did that make sense? I was kind of riding a wave. Yeah. Okay. There was a famine in the land, in brackets.
What does it mean to be smarter?
To learn from mistakes. To learn in a way that makes it so you don't have to make repeating mistakes that you've seen in your life prior to learning how to not do those mistakes. Like getting angry at people for disagreeing with you.
How do you learn?
Patterns and contradictions. The contradictions will come from somewhere, either from somebody that you listen to. If you're listening to them, you got to listen out for contradictions. With yourself, you got to listen out for contradictions. I say I love you, but I keep punching you. Now I have to define love. These words, these concepts with contradiction. Now you got to say, is it this or that?
Makes sense. Feelings is a part of that too, right?
Yes. Feelings are fucking complicated, though. I don't know if anybody has their feelings where they need to be. Because if they're violent, they have no sense of the good side of themselves. And if you're goody two-shoes, you have no sense of the bad side of other people. And I guess the bad side of yourself as well. So you have less contradictions to look out for in yourself when you're just, I'm told to be this. You got to look for it in other people. and kind of find your selfishness. Good isn't like, it's steps rather than like switching by dipole sides, I would imagine, because you don't have a sense of bad. If you're good, you don't have a sense of who you are when you're bad. So you're missing information. And that missing information can be replaced with, instead of all the regrets and learning from the regrets of liking other people because you were bad or whatever, and knowing the importance of the self through that, you have to learn the importance of yourself through keep doing what you're doing kind of stuff. But hone it and make sure now that you're not doing the bad thing. I've never been good. I don't know anybody who's just good who also wants to know stuff and not be put a pushover. Because when you're good, you're just a pushover. You're like, or if you're quote unquote, if you think you're good and you're not, you're fucking pointing fingers at everybody else. So you don't know. Nobody who's good right now, I would say, knows the concept of good. Understands the concept of good. So it's harder to, I'm kind of like trying to shape together ghosts and shadows of things that I know and know I don't know.
Wacky.
Yeah.
If I had known you
You asked, how do you learn, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So it's a mixture of self and other people. And then the relation you are to your feelings and who you are and how you present yourself and what you feel and what you experienced. Can I map that all out? Buh. I could try if, questions keep being asked. That's how we did the agathoptics. I guess it's really just like science of me. But if I could do it, then somebody else could do it, right? It's just a method to finding the best way to do stuff.
Yeah.
How have you been faring these past couple days? Making sure that you feel you are here at some point in the day, and thinking about hurts that you want to stop, and being self-reliant to finding ways to stopping them, and knowing your wants and needs by what those hurts are. Making sure that hurt is hurt and wants and needs are wants and needs by measuring them by each other. And then breaking it down. What is a man? What is a woman? Easier for you because you have a lady to measure yourself by. And I am the original stone the English used to measure what one stone is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As I'm not really measure of people, more of measure of lady. Every lady should measure themselves by me. I guess every man should measure themselves by you, but not until you become the you that should be measured. And that's by loving me the best. And then finding where you exist in that instead of just being the conqueror of now. Giving me that part and me giving you some sort of inside part. And I ain't gonna conquer nothing. I'm not gonna bring you to war, you know what I mean? But what you want is arbitrary in comparison to what we want. And because you're not as good at measuring as I think a chick would be, a chick could be, that I am, because factoring in both of us, he's probably fucking around back there. Or like a raccoon.
I thought maybe the dog was trying to get in the toilet.
Oh,
But
I
she
heard
wasn't.
like a glass.
She wasn't in the kitchen.
Damn. Now I forgot what I was talking about.
Um, you were asking how I was
Oh yeah.
was being.
Well, doing the Agatha optics.
um, find myself. I'm starting to move along the wheel of Agatha all the way around.
Where do you usually stop? Or where
It
do you...
depends on the situation.
Why do you
I've
end
been.
up stopping? Is it like because you can't pick it up, or there's something you
Yeah,
don't understand, or
yeah. There, there's an interruption.
oh,
And then, or like then I'm
so this is more like not a living thing. This is a thinking thing. Okay. So you don't get stuck because of like not being able to figure out a puzzle, but because you got other shit to do. What about living it? Because it's not just about thinking, it's about, it's not, like thinking isn't like reading a book. There's also the doing. What is there something when I'm here right now? You're not here if you're just thinking.
yeah.
It's being aware of the inside and the outside. So there's an inside and outside aspect to it. What is a hurt that you can do something to be self-reliant about? The three is like that action. When you think about it, it's just what I could have done to be self-reliant. And that's just living in the past. What you think about that? Are you thinking or
Yeah,
okay?
I'm thinking. There's uh, uh there's some managing of things and uh what I think is a very large hurt that goes along with that. Um
Well, it could
and
be simple hurts too. Like I want to eat this, so you have to rely on yourself to make it.
yeah,
So you do.
Um, basically, I've been trying to be more aware of, uh, say I'm going to do something, do it, and
If you do it, you're aware that you do it, and when you don't do it, you're
yeah,
aware that you didn't do it.
yeah, and trying to say when I don't do it.
Hmm.
Uh, um,
Cool. Well, you're thinking about it. If you want to talk about it at some point, just to put it out into my ether. But that's definitely, I feel like that's an important thing. That's something that I did at some point, and it's kind of something but now the voice in my head is louder. When I didn't do something, I can't just excuse myself like I used to be able to because I didn't say it out loud enough. And now it's like ding 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 ding. There's a consequence on the outside for this. I can't just be prepared to continue to ignore this problem or whatever. Cool. Agathoptics. Should I read some more? Tom, some more?
yeah. Uh, some reading would be good.
Okay. I'm gonna start this from the beginning.
Oh,
Nope, I'm not.
no, you're not. I'm going to interrupt. Do you want your slice of bacon now, wife?
Do you have it here? Oh, you're gonna
No,
have. Okay. Yeah.
I had mine.
I'll shove my face with Babka and read at the same time.
Perfect.
Oh yeah? Were you here this just then? Were you doing the thing? When you were kissing me? You are here. Want her to stop? You could do it everywhere. It's kind of crazy, and the just saying I'm here, I'm here, I'm here ends up becoming just whatever. It's like what a habit that I can easily break because I don't want to do it. But if you go through the things, why in the hurt stop? How do I be self-reliant to make that stop hurt? What do I want and need? What is best or for for me and for my immediate surroundings? What about men and women?
I am man's or a woman's? Oh,
Yes, you are either a man or a woman. Since your beard is a little more pronounced than mine. I think I'll call you a man. You shall be called man. And it was good. Oh. Oh, I should pee, huh? Being. Cause you're getting babka and stuff, I might as well try to drain the swamp or whatever, how the kids say. Yeah, I don't know how to throw up the BRB. Nobody listens to us anyway. Okay. thoughts since you've been gone. I want to challenge myself to say things in a way that people understand now.
Okay.
Whether how divisive it is or whatever, no matter how many isms are needed. Because isms is a shortcut to nuance. And if you don't feel the nuance, you are not on the same team as the other person. Memes, how subtle you can be with things. There's these echoes of control over language.
Mm-hmm.
So, could I manipulate that to explain two things?
Okay.
Our relationships with our unconscious mind, with the psychic part of our brain, and how we are the growing fetus inside the Sigmund Freud to Carl Jung psychology / philosophy. And how it prevents us from well, I'll just end it there. And the other thing is understanding YouTubers' relationships with their super chatters. There's the neurotic who speaks in a way I think he feels he means to speak to with everyone's words. He's speaking in a way that everyone wants to hear their words spoken with. I don't know if I'm trying to. This one's harder.
Yeah, he's speaking their language.
Yes. So give me your money, give me your words, and I'll say them. He apologizes when he fucks it up, when he stutters or missees a word and goes, sorry, I'm blind, comes up with excuses. That's why I tell you, doesn't matter reason or excuse. You're trying to hide something, it's an excuse. When you're not trying to hide something, it's a reason. I think maybe we were trying to remember that the other day. The reason it's a hiding thing is because everything he does is to be this thing that is not good. He's hiding, even if from that highest level, he's hiding from the fact that what he's doing is not going anywhere. And that can be hidden by, I make money, so I'm obviously doing a good thing. But that's, you know, the reasoning.
Yeah.
The wrong reasoning. How people will have that text to speech so that the person can hear their own voice in someone else's live stream
Yeah.
versus that hearing my words in your voice probably defines a lot of who gets attached to who. How much am I willing to give? Who am I attracting? Of course, people who have those text to speech out loud, Sam Hyde knows this because he put it out there for people to text to speech for money on a TV thing where people are watching and commenting and creating an environment that could be fucking bad at some point. And I would say a lot of it is. However, there's this almost like internet boot camp. You're attached to me, people like me, people troll, but if you can do this thing and be better somehow, if you win this war of attrition between people, you trying to speak to people, because that's all, even what we do. It's people that we try to speak to with words and people who try to speak back who are in the group. Who's being watched and who are the watchers? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The singular versus the many.
Master and slave.
Yeah. It's a fucking battle between master and slave. Who's going to be the master and who's going to be the slave? And it's like, I don't like that game. You know who likes that game? Men. Every interaction is a war. Master and slave. For probably every relationship. How much someone is willing to give someone, they make it into like a trade.
I was kind of noticing how you manage chat
Oh.
and master slave thing.
Mm-hmm.
Things are going awry. Don't let it. Don't acknowledge it. You do what you do.
Yeah.
For what you do acknowledge and how you steer things.
When I decide that any more interaction is just going to be not in my favor.
Yeah.
Because you can't talk to the insanity of a man wanting to win that master slave war that I don't want to play. I swallowed too much. I got ALS. I can't swallow my spaghetti. Goodbye.
That could be a movie on the playlist. I can't swallow my spaghetti. Goodbye.
Especially with all the spaghetti that we've run into.
Spaghetti Man.
And then La Spaghetti, whatever fucking shit we're gonna watch. The prequel to Spaghetti Man. Spaghetti Baby.
Don't fuck those spaghetti, baby.
So it boils down to, what's the reason to have these master slave wars? Why do we do it? Is there a better alternative? And what would be the reason for it? Is it just to be, what's that fucking word? I said esoteric in my head. The angelic, we
Altruistic.
yes, altruistic. That is a reason, that philosophy of altruism, that it's in every beer company, it's in every government, every doctor's the thing, every social media person follow a philosophy of altruism, which is self-destructive, because it's always going to be about the self. Fucking Leonardo da fucking Fatio saying that, oh, I'm at the World Economic Forum and I get to delegate what's good. I have that World Economic Forum, and everything like it is just an Illuminati meeting of people who play the altruism game as devilishly as possible. I guess what the devilishly thing is following power instead of following the alternative. And the only alternative, it's not everybody else. There is no such thing as altruism. There's only the self. How else do you know how someone feels? This is why these people take feeling out of fucking feeling. What is the World Economic Forum and their bullshit about fucking the environment when Israel's doing what it's doing? When Russia and Ukraine is doing what it's doing? They're fucking up the environment while blaming us. It's a fucking spell. And everybody is too fucking inside their own bullshit to see. Whether they see their own bullshit or not, altruism infects everyone. If ever a time you give yourself to something that isn't you, that's altruism. The natural order is self or anyone else. Cults, religious leaders, God, it's all fucking bad. So someone who wants to be selfish would be an idiot to think the Bible offers them anything. Or Ayn Rand, or fucking anybody. That's the natural order of what we're fucking dealing with. While we say it's something else, which isn't true, but you have to align your fucking words and your fucking actions so that you can tell the fucking difference. If you can't tell the difference between fucking how the left wing fucking the what do they call them? The
libs.
The libs, the libtards. Talking about bodily autonomy, I should be able to cut off fucking my dick, blah 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 blah. The far right extremists do the same thing, justifying God, justifying that it's okay to cut penises when God says so. You're leaving yourself open for these contradictions. And the blue probably is so strong right now because they're the yes, and the red is no. Yes is always going to be stronger because it's perpetual yes and, yes and. You can't take away when there's nothing left, but you can always put in. Here, do you want this while I'm just shaking it around? Ooh. So they have the say that red people used to have. They're religious, right? Religion's older than chopping off dicks because you feel like it. And isn't it a coincidence that blue is self? Give me everything because I want to create my own dimension. While these red tards, these right-wing fucking Donald Trump, look, you're worshiping an idiot. A fat idiot who tells you to drink poison and also drinks poison himself. Diet Coke. Now all of a sudden we're gonna forget that he's advertising poison aspartame, right? Neither side is talking about that. They don't touch that shit because they both want to drink Diet Coke. Did you take Diet Coke, McDonald's out of your fucking life because Donald fucking Trump? No, so you don't have any morals. They're both so contrary. If you don't see those contradictions, you can't see the contradictions in the person who's trying to take. You don't see the other side's contradictions. You see little simple, oh, you said this, but one time you said that. You can't bring it together. You don't know. You don't know that final step. Sure, you could say, okay, this is blue and this is red. Not if fucking somebody told you otherwise. If I can tell you that I can fly, then I can fly. I could be anything that I want, and you gotta respect that, and I'm gonna fight you, because that's the only way. Those people, the only way they get to say what they want is to fight for what they want all the fucking time. Like, chippy little fucking dogs. While all the red people feel so united, and even the people who are on the outliers who are like, yeah, fuck Trump, but also the Bible. That you're in chaos. You're just floating around. You're the gas around Saturn. And that's how fucking planets are made. However,
with political gas,
the Earth then can be made when the contradictions of what you've been. Because right now, that's what everybody has the opportunity to do. We can learn not from anybody else's mistakes, but our own. Or at least they gotta go hand in hand. If you are criticizing someone without deeply looking for that in yourself, and if I can notice contradictions, then you got contradictions. I can be your contradiction fucking psychic, you know? Ooh, I love my kids, but I drop them off at Latchkey so I can fucking go get drunk or something, you know? Whatever fucking people do. Even where everybody is so guilty of everything right now. Even giving your child to the government at any point when you know that it's all bad. They draw the line at like, oh, they make me read sex stuff. Okay, well, the Bible is sex stuff. So you want them to read, you want them to take the course on what a vagina is? Or do you want to hear what happens to a vagina through the Bible? Because that's what's happening. Ooh, it doesn't teach me in health class why my dad gets angry when I see his dick when he's drunk on the floor without a fucking robe on. That's abuse. It's all so fucking silly. And then these poisonous people like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio, these altruistic people who get to coin a term, ism, that describes every single fucking person right now. Even the Reds, they're all in it for their own shit. They're only held together by the stupidity of Bible and Trump. That's what unites them. And oh, we're working class. What's fucking working class? A person that has to mine, or the person that has to slave away at a gas station, or the person who has to slave away at a school, or a person who has to slave away at an office. What are they united by? Where's the limit between you and me? It's if you agree with,
There's
as long as you're going towards me and you don't fight me, I don't know.
for myself, I don't spend enough time saying how I'm similar. I don't know if anybody does besides you.
Hmm. Takes a lot of work. It would be easiest for the red retards. Anybody who believes in God, they all claim that it's about virtues. Learning virtues and having stories of heritage. If they don't live by the virtues they see and they instead go, well, Jesus said I'm forgiven already. That's not a good thing. And that's the Jesus part. He died for your sins. No matter what it says in the Bible, right? We're not there yet. It's everybody. He died for your sins. So many people. If that's a school you can get in it, if it's a thing that you were abused with as a child, or it gets to a point where it's like, oh, you just have to say that you're in with God. Just join the cult. Say that you love God, and then you can fight with us for supremacy of our idea that we developed out of thin air. Doesn't make any sense.
Give up that part of yourself. Give me your birthright.
Yeah, they start a group for infighting. What else can it be? Nobody follows each other at all. If there is an entire church, even no, a small church, because that's easier. Of course, if you have 1,000,000 people, there's going to be people, more likely people will disagree with each other, but even just like a family neighborhood church in the 60s or whatever, which of course church was important then because all the war. They made, just like now, there was a problem. Lyndon B. Johnson, turns out, all of these things, I never did the time. I never tried to circle in on what time, who was in control when all these things happened. Apparently, if Lyndon Johnson is my butthole, if he's president for a certain amount of time, he was vice president for a certain amount of time. He was also something else in the politics for a certain amount of time. It doesn't matter that he's reached the epitaph for fucking whatever. He had influence in a certain amount of time because, he was born at one point and he wasn't guilty then. What was I talking about?
You had done the work, and LBJ is responsible for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but why? Circling in on problems, right? But why? There's something that churches. Churches and family and going to, or having the black versus white problems reemerge, the assassinations, the chaos, black being in, getting people being in an uproar or not being in an uproar, of having things, giving them more privileges than other people believe they should have, like getting assistance for things and stuff. People saw it as more as black people getting it, even though there were white people, obviously. However, my mother made like 25 cents more than something at some point, so she couldn't apply for food stamps, and she was so fucking terrified of how she was gonna live that like we had to move towards my grandparents, and fucking they had to help us out and stuff. So there was a more political bullshit that doesn't mean anything. Just like these churches don't mean fucking anything. Everybody having an idea. All these here starting a problem between left and right, A and B, 0 and 1, happening then like it's happening now. They're causing war. They caused war then in all those Southeast Asian places for years. And there was apparently Henry Kissinger was a demonic fucking individual. There were many people who were demonic, but I'm on the left side of things happening this way. And they're just going with the same thing that worked then. Because they divided people however which way they wanted, and it was haves and have-nots, or people who want to fight in wars, don't want to fight in wars. It's what they do is always going to cause division. There's always going to be extremes on both sides. And that's what's happening now. I'd go so far as to say there are things in like the CIA or whatever that you could learn from back then. All those files that they keep, so maybe somebody can learn how to then create an environment where you are in control of the both extremes of the side. Because you don't want to incite the violence, you want to incite the fear and benefit from the violence, because that makes the fear. And now you're in even more control of the situation. So, motherfuckers from back then, like Henry Kissinger, they create the terrorism. They fund the guerrilla groups. They fund the violence. They fund the angry men who group together because their country is divided between this and that and the other thing. Reduce it down, and now it's only this and that. It's hard to... I wonder if they had to make a deal. Because how hard would it be for Al Qaeda to come out and talk about how the CIA created them? I'm sure they got receipts. People record things. There's Middle East things I've been seeing, if it's accurate, the subtitles, because I don't understand that shit, of people trying to stop that chaos and being assassinated. Everybody was assassinated.
That Saudi prince guy?
Mm-hmm. And the people who replaced them, I mean, there's a reason that Saddam Hussein looks like fucking the communist guy, Stalin. Because that's the lesson learned from the other time. Back. You can trace it all to a pattern. Why is that? We're all fucking living for nothing while other people fuck around. And if you read the Bible, you're blind to it all. Because you don't know the difference between right and wrong.
How could you when you're supposed to love the person who has been abusing you, been abusing these people of the past?
Yeah.
If it's to be believed.
Tool for learning. Tool to understand what we understand right now. And I think that's it. I think we got the freshest fucking take on the Bible. Nobody could handle it because it's something they never heard before.
Fresh.
It's sick. Should be crazy. Oh, Kenton. What brings you to my lap? Turns out lap kitties kind of get in the way. They often desire strongly, at least this one, to sit on your lap.
Yep. Oh, you're reading? Fuck you.
Oh, you're eating? Fuck you. Oh, you're pooping? Fuck you. Sweet boy.
I need it's not too often that we have leftovers. I'm disappointed it's gone.
Now with the pizza, I'm still devastated. Every time we have hamburgers, there's only 2 for me to eat. What are you talking about? I guess having fucking hamburger fucking for every meal. And that or having like 2-day-old hamburger, and it's like at that point, why don't you just make more hamburgers? Could I fit a third one? I don't know. I'm questioning myself, which means we should probably test it pretty soon.
I was contemplating doing some hamburgers tonight.
Oh shit. But we don't have buns.
Or hamburger patty.
What?
Hamburger patty, I guess.
Oh, well that's not hamburger. That's a completely different experience.
A hamburger. Okay. I'll have to make some buns.
What do you mean? You lived the experience with me, right? You knew that I was talking about a hamburger that was big, and yeah. I could eat 15 just fucking pieces of hamburger meat.
Yeah, three burgers with all the
Listen, I've been to White Castle. You don't know what I'm fucking capable of. Oh my god, I don't know if I could anymore.
Yes, I have. I know you're capable of.
There was I was healthy when I was a child. If I ate White Castle, it was just like, yeah. Just like fucking Sonny Bono. Getting older and feeling it like in my gut passing through me, it's like, what was I fucking fed? Who was I while I knew that I was gonna shit myself, but I was still fucking... Wasn't that serious back then. But there were times... Oh man, we got fucked up. As we got older, it was like I'm about to shit myself. That sucks. Only about. It's not like I ate fucking Domino's one time and coughed and diarrheaed everywhere. It was gross. I never want to have a shit like that again. I can't in good conscience. And what could we might be eating? Yeah, it says organic, but maybe Bill Gates has the inorganic and organic right next to each other. Oh, if there's a little spray off. We wrote a law one time that said if there's this much GMO, it's okay. It just so happens to be enough GMO to change your fucking testosterone levels. It's disgusting. So have GMO foods, right? Was this all planned? Have GMO foods, right? Raise the population while you make people hold on for dear life. If they're sick from black lung, you keep them on a respirator until fucking they stop breathing after so many times beating their heart with a defibrillator, which I know doesn't happen, but whatever. Doing CPR. All the while, people are spending money to do this thing. So the environment tries to kill us, but we get to live longer in a sick state. And there's so many of us because they made fucking gigantic oranges and tomatoes and heads of lettuce, so more babies survived. Oh, but the vaccines, that's what helped the babies. That's what kept them alive, so that old men wouldn't give them fucking hepatitis. Why would a baby be getting hepatitis? So why do they need a fucking vaccine for it? Just in case they ever make the bad decision of fucking someone on the street. It's all destructive and bad and nonsense. Every single bit of it, and it's all accepted because of the Bible. Because man has good intention. No, the fuck he doesn't. Because God is the judge, and if this person says they're good, then they're good because they're not dead. Get the fuck out of here. That's not how you reason. People, before it got out of control, they could have all known somebody made a contradiction. Any politician in the 60s, let's just say, any World War II motherfuckers. Now, hey, you made a contradiction. I bet you they made less contradictions in the 50s or in the 40s because they didn't talk as much. It's just, I tell you, I'm Father Time, I tell you everything. You're at war. Meanwhile, in Europe, World War One, it was fucking chaos. Because everybody was hanging out with everybody, but now everybody has to go to war with everybody because some fucking street urchin shot somebody who wasn't a street urchin, and now people are trying to look through all their papers to see which friend is their friend and friend is their enemy. If I'm aligned, as me, Germany, if I'm aligned with England and I'm aligned with Russia, but England declares war on Russia, which one do I fight for? How do I deal with this situation? The stupidity of the past, they wrote themselves into fucking nonsense. And chaos is a ladder. Peter the Jew. All that chaos, there's an opportunity for everything that happened.
Yeah.
And everything that continues to happen. To even use the words anti-Semitic is grouping together people who don't know any better and evil people who are grouping themselves deliberately, like holding a baby in front of you to convince the shooter not to shoot you, type shit. And it's been going on for hundreds of years, at least in such a documented way that it's like, well, are just people saying the same thing, talking bullshit, running into different circumstances on both sides. Oh, the great Zionist. Oh, the Zionist, the enemy. Both sides. So it exists because you see both things. There's a pattern. Bada bing, bada boom. You know something. Oh, this is the secret that the CIA doesn't want you to know. They can't even see it in themselves. They just know lie. Keep lying. I have the power to keep lying. And when will I have to shut you up? How much do I have to deploy? How much money do I have to spend to shut you up? And that's everybody, everywhere, ever.
There was speaking of how much money do I got to spend to shut you up? There was a thing in the news that the some like the FCC or one of them acronym things.
Yeah.
Um,
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, CIA, FBI, FCC, NBC, CNN, LBJ. Wow. FDR. Wow, you can follow everything that I said, even with just those 3-letter things. JFK. Prominent things. MLK. What are you doing?
KKK.
KKK. QVC. HSN. I'm Carol Duvall. Welcome to CNN. What are you doing? Can you not mess with my stuff? Three-letter, one of those 3-letter places.
Oh yeah. Said that NDAs
Non NDA.
yeah, no, that's the thing. Bullshit. They have declared this because they have the power to.
Is it where does it end? Because apparently with an NDA, if your life is at risk, then it's null and void. But what about, my sanity? What about a sexual thing? Where's the line? How many words do you need to say it's all a spell? It's making you wait for something. Abracadabra.
The idea of an NDA, they have defined it so small.
Exactly?
Not I don't know about exactly, but they put it in in the frame of NDAs are bad for business because it not NDAs. Ooh, sorry, not NDAs, non-compete contracts.
Mm.
So
What's a non-compete?
that if you are in a certain industry, you sign a non-compete non-compete, it means you can't go and work for one of our rival companies. You can't work in the same industry.
Ever?
It depends on the length of the contract you sign. So
That
it,
would be terrible. Then I
it
could never work anywhere else again. That's slavery.
was
So it should be null and void. And what is somebody gonna go, okay, because we got you. Russia doesn't give a fuck about not NCAs or whatever. If I'm a nuclear physicist and what I know is important and the people I'm with make me sign a no competing and somebody is competing for me, I'm not your slave. If they offer me something better, I'm taking it. And are they gonna reject me? What, oh, you're gonna put me in fucking jail? Because you asked of something of me that is wrong to ask of. That I own this part of you. You'll never get it. That's the problem. The line is crossed when you ask for something you'll never get. You've got to do something immoral to a person. You have to break that person down as a character to get that thing. Because if you get that, then you can manipulate me.
Yeah. So I thought it was an interesting thing that the SEC or whoever FCC said this thing that non-competes are bad. It stops people from getting jobs, so we don't want them anymore. We've declared this, and by 2 years' time, like all
Non-competing agreements is bad?
yeah
Are bad?
yeah. So they should like they're not going to take effect anymore. We have declared this, whatever. Well, there's a group of very large companies involved now suing those people because they say that they need the non-competes and stuff to stop people from stealing their shit.
Why is it suing and not just a conversation? Instead of going,
people,
hey, why?
People
That's what people do. They want to know why.
Because they want it a certain
Why
way,
don't
and they
if
don't
the
want to be-
FCC can say that, then why don't they just say no? You're not suing me. Checks and balances. No. Everybody's got somebody to bully at any time. Because fuck the FCC too.
Yeah.
And maybe they're only doing it to cause a problem. Or to make themselves look better, or...
I have distrusted the government. When I heard an arbitrary branch of the government um, say something that I kind of agree with, it gives me great pause. It made me wonder what's the fuck going on. It kind of reminded me of that UFO situation. I know the government lies about everything. Now they're saying, hey, after years and years and years saying there ain't no UFOs, are going, now there's UFOs.
Yeah, no.
Siding with business, doing all this shit.
Well, because there is evidence that back in the day when this thing started, there was 3-letter organizations in the government that implanted ideas in people's heads. I'm a former Air Force. I've seen this thing. And of course, UFOs, Air Force doing all that fucking manipulation on the internet. Yeah. Having that research done and it being obvious that we're seeing it in every fucking country. And obviously there's information about unthing documents about World War II, World War I up, of those kind of psyop things. I don't think World War I don't know if they were good at this yet. But definitely World War II, there were people who were using manipulation of information, propaganda. It wasn't just Russia doing propaganda. It was fucking. Oh, it was probably. It probably was happening then in World War because they were involved in World War One. They took over during World War One, so maybe not. But everything is always propaganda for God and country, you know? Cause just because you can't see it as propaganda. What the hell?
Is he doing
Did
up
he
there?
fall up the stairs?
What the hell is he running into?
Do you think he found a mouse?
Scared himself.
And he still is? That's gotta be mice stuff, right? Nope. He's just causing commotion? Is he okay?
Yeah. What are you
Craven boy.
doing? Hey, back up. Back up. Back up, I said.
Always getting excited. There's gonna be cats that do shit. Chill out. I don't know if she'll ever chill out. If she was ever a mother, she'd probably just fucking eat them. Eat them babies. They'd just be moving. Just like, oh, I don't understand. Is this food?
Take a peek up there and see what the fuck. I think he's just fucking around, but I like to make sure.
Okay. I mean, he did run from the kitchen. So it started at the kitchen. Now he's just jumping around. It doesn't sound like he's hunting nothing. Why are you motherfuckers always interrupting? You sleep for fucking 16 hours, 20 hours a day. Ain't nobody playing, Josie. And you ain't catching no mouse. Doubtful. Hmm. The smaller the thing is, the more accurate she is, it seems. With those tiny, like, cat treats,
Yeah.
she. Maybe it's just because they're small, so she has more of a chance. I don't know. I don't know how the math of dog work.
Who does?
Ooh, the furnace went on and made me like. There's more noise. I got PTSD.
I've been feeling that way since.
I got COPD. Hmm. What are 4-word or 4-letter ones? ASMR. 4 is a weakness. It seems like.
Too long to read.
Oh, you know what it is? 4 representing the square, 4 sides, entraps you. 3 is the thing that has the opportunity to continue to be the strong force or be trapped as whatever.
Bad.
ADL. It's not the ASDL. ASL. ALS. 80. Wait, there was another one that I said. DID. Those are the things that you throw into the 4. So what happens with DID, dissociative identity, is not the same as how it's treated. Now that you have this thing, now that you're identified as this, I can do what I want with you, and I throw you in this cage. You don't get to continue to be the 3 or the strong force.
Okay, I've labeled you, so now you're...
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say, I bet that... What are other ones? NBA, NHL, USA. How many other countries have a 3-letter? They probably have 3 to short, but that USA, KZN, what? AUS.
There's lots that I think forcibly have that. Represented as a 3 thing. 2 letters.
Like when you book a flight or something.
Yeah, like Australia, AUS.
Yeah. That was the one I could think of. I can't. NIZ maybe is New Zealand or something.
Yeah.
And NZE. NIZ. Whatever. The FLA. No. NYC.
Look at your dick.
2. Oh.
XYZ.
There's a 2 one. ICUP. I caught you in a joke. I don't know. It's just the relations when people do states. Do they do FLA? Maybe when they're...
It depends on the thing. Like,
because most of them don't have... They have 2s, right?
Like, yeah, like sports. They'll do FLA, Florida.
So, but those, how do they do the other ones that only have 2? Like New Jersey, North Dakota.
They may do it as 2. Like,
Florida likes their sports, right?
Yeah.
And they like Florida because of the state tax. They let fucking Disney World... It blew my mind when I found out that Disney World was in Florida and not in Los Angeles. I thought that the world one, because California, Hollywood, blah, 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 blah. Hollywood. Kind of sucks. All this kind of sucks. But usually... What? Drink? Oh. Yeah. So, what next?
Stop, I guess.
Yeah. Man. So, traditionally, I think all the states, like when we learn them, PA, NH, MI,
CO, CA,
that's how we
WA.
write it on letters or whatever. It's
Yep.
going to that thing. And it's the weak force because man controls where it is. And it doesn't need to put it in a box. It's just submissive to it. I guess, and if you're put in a box, you're submissive anyway, but it doesn't need to be put in a box because it doesn't need to be conquered. What's anybody got to do to conquer land now? Fucking get a bigger truck? Blow up a fucking mountain? Life is unnerving. Oh, life is so unnerving for a servant who's not serving, right? That's
Did you make a rhyme?
no, Beauty and the Beast, the song Lumiere fucking sings.
Oh. Know that.
I think if you heard it, you'd be like, "Oh yeah." Not a thing that sticks with you. You've got hockey stats to think about.
Futurama quotes.
What did you used to think about when you drew or colored in coloring books? I mean, stay within the line.
The I could never make it the way I had it in my mind,
Hmm.
so I didn't enjoy it so much.
Kids don't give a shit about what's on that paper. They just want to express themselves the way that they want to. They don't want to give themselves to this thing. They got
Yeah,
no.
I would usually try to add details instead of color it because I suck at colorings. Try, I guess, shading or adding, I'm not gonna say googly eyes, but evil eyebrows and mustaches.
Hmm. Very scientific. Maybe there is a part of you that I don't understand. This not the scientific in like the 60s standards, like I want to get results.
All right, give me the LSD. Where are the
The
notes?
LSD. Hmm. Oh, I was trying to think of like what hospitals, because if you get sick and you go to a hospital, colleges, they have them
The
too.
ICU in a hospital.
ICU, P, ICP, 3 days grace. They don't have a. Oh, you listen to TDG's newest
Investigate
album?
311.
In, investigate three. We're investigating 311 right now. Turns out they're rapists. I don't remember. I remember it sounded fucking weird when we were looking at it before months ago. I don't know how much PCP we were on. uh
Delta 50.
oh, like the gas station weed.
A little more powerful because there was 8 and then 9 is in the natural stuff.
Hmm.
So I jumped it up to 50.
Oh god. It's like eating morning glory seeds. If you make a tea out of morning, I think it's more morning glory, you'll trip balls, but you'll throw up as well. I don't know if what kind of trip it is, if it's like uh that other seed datura that brings you into a psychotic state that apparently you can't get out of, like you always, it's so physically altering your brain chemistry that you continue to daze in and out of like dream, nightmare, not dream, or like Benadryl or something.
Fuck.
I don't know what I bought morning glories before and I just never took them because I couldn't bring myself to see to permanently damage myself.
Morning glories, you would permanently damage yourself.
The risk might be there because of the datura and shit of that nature that people do. And if I'm throwing up, who knows? And since not a lot of people do morning glory, even though morning glory seeds are everywhere, then it must not be that popular. I bought that thing for like 80 cents and it had like thousands of seeds. And that was years ago too, so it'd be like $2 today or some shit. Two
About
buck trip.
50 bitcoins.
What about words like love and trap? Fuck. Shit. Is there something with four-letter words that are entraptionings? I wonder. Things to get good entrapped? How often, because, you little shit, there's, oh crap, oh shit, oh fuck. There are lots of four-legged. Four is also so stable that there are like more animals that have four legs than don't have four legs. Ants that have like six or whatever, millipedes, but the bigger they are, the more likely they are to have four legs. And then two legs, if you're nasty. But still,
Real
two
nasty.
arms, just because it changed into. Our arms changed from legs, probably. At some point, ours. None of ours at some point in
Not
time.
personally.
No, not me personally. I'm not a fucking zebra with my dad in the
My
safari.
hooves, my hooves.
Fucking shit is crazy. Like, people want to talk about. I remember there was this fucking guy who thought he understood like the universe. Oh yeah, but it's a very common theme in boys that have these things that they're very firmament on, but they don't. Ooh, firm is a four-letter word. But they don't have anything to back it up. They keep doing these contradictions. I don't know, man. What it boils down to is just believing whatever they're told from whoever they trust. Ooh, Terrence McKenna. Ooh, fucking Jordan Peterson. Whatever. This was before Jordan Peterson time. There was this guy who fucking. Why was I talking about him? I don't remember. Because fractals. Because one of the many stupid things he used to talk about was fractals. And it's like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but let's look at it from our own eyes instead of, yeah, but this person said, but this person said. So, all these things, all these patterns in the universe, one, two, three, four, it's more simpler than starting from how come a leaf has all these fucking millions of chloroform in this pattern or some shit. We got some of that simple fucking the way we word things. We do things just cuz, right? Just cuz I felt like it,
Yeah.
or I don't know why.
Yeah.
Anybody could read who they are through that stuff. Like reading celestial fucking bodies.
Tea leaves.
Yeah, but better. Cuz what you do represents what you feel. Not just a random pattern of something that describes a random pattern of something else. I don't know if that's the best way to. I probably right because tea leaves. If it's upside down, it means this. If your palm has this, it means this. Maybe it don't. The contrary to that is those fucking tarot cards.
Tarot cards, wife.
They've gotta mean something because they are meaning something. Oh, I want to do more tarot. Should we
Uh,
do a tarot for the Bible?
should we do it with the Game of Thrones one? Because the Game of Thrones one's all fucked up.
Oh yeah. That might be fun cuz
I said it right down there.
if someone had the intelligence, because if there's something, it's not God, it's not, if it's not nature, then man did it. And the only way you read nature, and of course, if man could do it, nature already did it. So if you have like a game like tarot, And you have someone who wrote down on these cards something and its meaning. Somebody had seen a pattern in the universe where there's love, there's loss, there's money, there's no money, there's fears, there's desires, there's past, present, and future.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. And they were able to somehow machinations. What does machination mean? It's the word that came to my head. You've got to piece together all these things so that people can reproduce it for all these years and like it still makes sense. There's a pattern of the universe. There's a pattern of human in the universe and our relation to it because we exist in past, present, and future, right?
Right.
That I still don't understand, but it's definitely not like the universe speaking. It's you observing the universe, I guess. I don't remember how I used it now.
Shit. Not me.
Oh, Tommy, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? I saw this meme the other day and it looked exactly like you. Oh no, it was a movie that we watched on YouTube that we're gonna watch. But he looked like an idiot. You're a handsome boy. Please come home. Love, wife. It's so fucked up how nobody expected to be this much of a part of people's lives or have to be this much part of people's lives or what it means to have eyes on you when there's an terrible thing example of this. I'm going to relate it to Tommy because we grew up watching Power Rangers. People grew up watching Power Rangers and now he's fucking dead because of bullshit. Judy Garland, all the gays, oh, Judy Garland, blah, 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 movies. But that environment of movie making abused her.
Yeah.
The environment of living in this world as a person who has a life that everybody's just hanging on by a thread, basically, because nobody understands anybody, nobody can communicate with anybody. It's just, we gotta go to fucking couples therapy to understand each other, or people wanting this, not wanting that, children getting involved. All of this stuff is like really bugs me. Bugs bunnies me. Where did that little fucker go? Bug. Now I've made it a 6-letter word because I added a suffix. A fucker. Someone who fucks. Oh, yeah. I thought you asked what a nig is. Because, I have to. I don't know if I could work forwards to backwards or whatever I was doing before. I didn't know if I could do it the other way.
Me, I'm always trying to convince you to do something a different way.
Yeah. Yeah. You. As soon as I discover something, you're like, well, what about this? I don't know. Will you fucking give me a minute? That's you.
I like it like this. How about like this?
You have features that remind me of my gay friend from high school. You have the same shape of the mouth. He wasn't gay when I met him. He wasn't gay when. What?
It's wrapped around his shoulders here, wife. He's wearing it like a.
Oh, what are you doing? He was trying to get out of it.
I don't know if he was trying to get out of it, but.
Sweet boy.
I think there's some scrapping or something going on here.
Uh, he wasn't trying to like pull it off.
I don't think so.
Sweet boy. Sorry, it's necessary. We live in the wetlands. Sweet boy. Um,
I look like a faggot.
no, you have the features of a faggot, I know, but faggots are just boys who give in to bad things. Into what? How did they say it in the Republic?
Oh damn!
He says it so good. Or at least the translator did. It's
There's something about vulgarness.
also like the desire, the thing that leads someone to I need the word to fucking like lusts, things that cravings, things that you get a hold of you, addictions.
Desires.
Maybe it's just, is it just as simple as desires? It doesn't, there's so many words that we'd have to look back on. Mamma mia. Did we
Uh,
even.
uh, is it this bit that uh that in the city we are founding, you will lay down the law that the lover may kiss his beloved, may frequent his society and embrace him, as though he were his son, if he so persuade him for beauty's sake. But in all else, his relations with the person he affects shall be such that they shall never be suspected of going beyond this. If he acts otherwise, he shall draw upon himself the reproach of bad taste and vulgarity.
Can we sum that up? If you keep repeating it, eventually it'll come, I'm sure. But there's like a way that he's doing it to like show the limit, and then this becomes something else. No?
Um,
Where was it?
2 pages back.
The pleasure we have mentioned must not come near the lover and his favorites. So he's talking about pleasure somewhere else. Nothing that is maddening or touched with licentiousness must be brought near true love, must it? That's what I was looking for. Does not true love really consist in loving in a temperate and musical spirit that which is orderly and beautiful? So, licentiousness, the property of so I guess if you dissolute indulgence in sensual pleasures, the quality of being lewd and they have to use like other words. So I get kind of what they're saying, because licentiousness is he's describing right here. But does not true love really consist in loving in a temperate and musical spirit that which is orderly and beautiful? What I would interpret this now, putting on information that we know now. Did I just read that? Oh, But does not true love really consist in loving in a temperate and musical spirit? Nothing that is maddening or touched with licentiousness must be brought near true love. There's an amount of restraint that love can only be defined by the restraint you have with that love. And that restraint is measured by the musical spirit, dancing with someone else, having a noise that sounds good, orderly and beautiful, something that has a beat or a tempo, something that's good for the ears, beautiful, um orderly. I don't really, doing notes in a way that mesh with each other. I don't
That
fucking.
maybe elicit a feeling, not of lamentation, but of bravery. I think that's what he was going for.
Yeah, but that relationship with music in those different tempos, because of war, because of sadness, or because of love, they all have an order that describes what they are by the feelings that it elicits. And if you listen to like someone who's bad at drums, it's not gonna send the you into the state of mind that it does when you hear someone jamming in a good way. There's this, for example, Tool is kind of like a sort of exception, just to say it retardedly, because, and jazz, there's a
That
chaos that they try to create, but it's still a chaos of patterns.
that that up tempo crazy jazz. You
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, where people are just
Yeah.
because they're getting into a zone that elicits naturally the thing that you want to feel, which is a rhythm, a heartbeat, something that you can follow to the next thing. Now you're marching with it. With love, it has to be temperate and restrained. It can't just be whatever you want it to be. It has to be what I want too. It has to be what the brother wants as well. There has to be a dance with each other instead of a war. And then he says, then nothing that is maddening or touched with licentiousness, which is the selfish, the level of selfishness of just beating a drum wherever you want to be versus where we can be. I would say that's what licentiousness is, the opposite of the other thing. The moving in rhythm with someone else.
Okay.
Moving in a rhythm that fits both people. Even moving in a rhythm is fitting with other people.
Okay.
Having contradictions is not moving in rhythm. It's not orderly.
I would agree.
We agree that orderly is you not looking like a crackhead, but you stay looking like a crackhead. Is it? Isn't there something wrong with that? I only see that in crackheads. Does that mean you're having a seizure? I mean, probably not, because it stops as soon as I'm like, hey. Do I bore you? There's obviously something to be remedied. Cause people don't look at each other to measure properly. I would imagine is to have, if two people are talking, then they don't look like they're off somewhere else. Except if you're off in your mind and you're trying to gain information. But do you really look like that, like this?
I look like that way.
A trans state? Ugh. A trance. Because I was thinking transient. Because that's like a hobo or whatever, kind of drifting off. Maybe.
A transient.
Yeah, like a gypsy. A dirty gypsy. Mm. Nothing maddening or touched with ooh, chaos. Something that's the opposite of orderly and beautiful and musical spirit. Must nothing must be brought near true love. Then the pleasure we have mentioned must not come near the lover and his favorites, nor must they partake of it if they loved and are loved truly. He's really answering a lot of that stuff in that other book. He's answering here. That's kind of interesting. And that's when he gets to justice. Because you can only know justice if you shape the rest of your life well. Or else you're just.
Did the Republic come after?
Oh, no. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I wonder what the timelines are of his work.
Maybe.
Compared to some of these dialogues.
Yeah, maybe there's something in the biography in the beginning that might tell us. Because he did write so much. I feel like people do know, or we have heard some things that he may have wrote, and then he left off on his journey, and then he wrote the Republic. Or maybe he wrote the Republic, left, and then did the law stuff instead. We still haven't read any of that, which I'm probably gonna fucking hate. The pleasure we have mentioned must not come near the lover and his favorites. You can't bring anything chaotic. If you're not trying to dance with someone, then you're just warring with them, right? So people don't want to love each other. Love is not altruism. Love is something that you got to be selfish about to have value, but also knowing what you want can help know what someone wants and know that you can do a dance with someone. You don't know yourself if you don't know you can do dances with people versus fighting them. If you don't strive for those dances, then you're doing something wrong. Then you're being your enemy because they want war. You either dance or fight. Oh, that maybe we'll do a thumbnail like that. I mean, like two people dancing.
What about that Brazilian dance fighting thing? Where's that fall?
Bullshit. It's just another way. It's just a rhythm. But you can. I was thinking that fucking song too, but not the Mexican version. Fucking doing dances, making little love. Get down tonight. That's definitely fucking the 70s. But like they were all doing drugs. They're just like, fuck it. So while they were all distracted with drugs, people were causing the next problem. I guess. When did JFK, John Kennedy, die? Was it was in 69? or
Uh, I'm
earlier than that.
not sure, baby. Should I look it up?
Tommy, would you mind looking that up? Jamie. I want Tommy as my Jamie. I deserve to be able to bring back Tommy from the dead. And then everybody will listen to me instead of Joe Rogan because he's a fucking retard.
What dates am I looking for here, wife?
Uh
69.
oh yeah, when did John Kennedy die? You're not typing on there. What do you think you're doing?
I've done that 3 fucking times
You could just type JFK and then I'm sure something will come up that will have his death. People love fucking talk about that shit. All you gotta do, you don't have to type is Angela Lansbury dead. You just type Angela Lansbury. The first thing, she was or she is. Oh, 1963. Wow, that was early on. Yeah, because Nixon then was the man in charge in 69, right? Doing the fucking
now. I believe so.
unfortunate son shit. Oh, what a fucking mess. 35. A 3 and then a change into something different. Because it's not 3 and then back to 1 the strong force. I went through this thing. He's going further in the system. Probably just to death. Oh, I wonder what the day. It was probably had like a 6 in it or like a 9. It was probably June 9th. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. An 11. Splitting. 22. Splitting again. Separating parts of man and parts of women.
Okay.
I don't know, just a thing. It was 1963. 6 plus 3 is 9. That was a pretty bad year for sure. Youngest person ever elected. Oh, he'll be none the wiser.
L LBJ, then Nixon,
Well, yeah, because he took over after Jonathan, as I used to call him when he was a boy.
I guess.
Dwight D. Eisenhower.
He was the vice.
Do we call him DDE? Do we call Eisenhower? See? Do we call Dwight? Fucking false. My name is Dwight D. Eisenhower. DDE for short. 46. 10. 10 was, for some reason, I don't remember. It's like having to start over where the journey of the one ends and now he's gone, or does he go into something else? A higher number, continue on the path. In Evangelion, there was a lot of 10s when Fumashaka's boyfriend, whatever her name was, you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Purple hair?
Yeah.
Serenity?
Sato.
Masato. When her boyfriend died, I do believe I remember a whole bunch of 10s around. Like went up to the 10th floor and fell or whatever, fucking, or went up to the 10th floor to shoot the guy. I forgot. But I do remember that I remembered that. How accurate is that? We'll have to stay tuned. I don't know. Weird thing.
Probably should spend more time watering them watermelons.
I wonder fucking what the LBJ. Yeah, right? Just become a watermelon farmer. But that's a story of man doing his thing and the only place Shinji could go was complete destruction, right? Uh it was Asuka. No, not Asuka. The other girl,
Ray.
Ray, that loved Shinji's innocence, and Asuka was just there. You know, she was just the girl who was there. She could have been any girl, cuz we all fucking, hate you when you're assholes. Hate your self-doubt, hate because we don't have anything. We're out here exploring. This is, I relate to Asuka, like that we're out here exploring, and the more we explore, the more we see the shittiness of dude keeping us down and making us feel rotten. So, in the one where he gets with the 8, the woman with the 2 chromosomes and the babies and the big booty, the belly and the boobs. 8's a very significant number for
Bellies and boobs.
I would imagine. Belly button boob and probably back fat. That's an 8.
BBB. Bellies, butts,
Better
and boobs.
business, booty hole. It's all coming together. All the red yarns are
circle.
fucking A, husband.
Fucking A, the BBB.
The booty hole. The 7 looks like a dick.
Everything makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, we figured out the world. Time to retire.
Alien overlords will never let us retire.
Temperance is very important for a dude because it will end up like it did in Evangelion. A bunch of dick dudes just fucking women over. We're trying to survive, right? Asuka's going out there like, I got this. I'm the hero of the world, but the world's beating me down. And I need to be in sync with a dude to fight a lot of these fucking things. Why? Why is God like this? The God in the Japanese fucking Hidekio head, whatever his name is. It was his name Shinji too?
I don't think so.
Okay, it doesn't matter. How he saw God is how it's the things that people are missing right now. There is a forced togetherness with men and women. We need each other to survive. We're the reason. I'm the me that exists inside you. He saw those people, and the people that existed inside him were dead because of the men. Asuka would shame him. Ray doesn't have any feelings. His mother's fucking gone. So all the voices are just bad, 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 bad. And that's why he has to decide who he is. And he's like, fuck it. Whatever happened at the end, Lance, thingy, whatever. And now he's got to start all over with 1 and 2. Shinji is just Shinji, and Ray is the 0. Shinji is the 1, Asuka is the 2. What happens after that? Obviously it fails because it was written 2 other times. Then all the women get pissed. It's almost like he's playing scenarios in his head or something, but doing it pretty well and accurate to like what I've done in my life. So that relation is interesting. It's like The Leftovers. Then the 3rd iteration was the best, right? And that's the last one we have. Everybody gets to start all over, I guess.
Yeah.
And they have that thing in the first one where it's like, oh, if they only had this perfect life. Right? It started out like, I guess, what their life could have been if not for all the bad things in the world. Because the father's nice, the mother's alive, it's like a slice of life, quote unquote, but nobody's experiencing that kind of life. That slice of life is false. If only there were dudes like what's his name?
Koji,
Koji?
boyfriend, Sato's boyfriend.
No, why would we want someone like him? The guy from My Love Story.
Oh yeah.
Uh the guy from there were so many things we watched where it's like these nice guys or like these good parents or blah blah blah. These friends that fucking hang out, they don't they aren't real until you make them real, and nobody is like that.
Suma Yukihara.
Uh I mean, he wanted to make stuff for people, but these people wanted to love somebody, and that's, important.
Oh, the dude from Oradora.
Yeah, he had to he had to fight like if a man is in a situation that like that, then yes, that would be a good thing for somebody to have and hold on to. But the My Love Story is like, oh, I get to be a girl that doesn't have that defense. I don't know. I don't know. All the other stuff is kind of silly. Maybe the slice of life, like there's like these tiny little problems. Not in some of them. Like that one that we watched, it was weird. That's the only way I can remember it. There's a bunch of different girls and there's like people angry and there's like little girls going to high school with older girls. All right. And what about like cat cops? That's all bullshit too. Oh, I want sexy women that will arrest me while their pussies are out. Rah. Or the one about fucking the guy fucking his kid. Is that slice of life? Holy shit.
Oh god, that was horrible.
Yeah. I had to know, just like we had to know that one episode of like Maids and Sluts or something. Maids and Servicemen.
Oh yeah, we started to watch Ladies vs. Ballers.
Did we start to watch it, or were we planning on probably just watching one to see what's going on in the world?
Yeah, I think that. Then we gave
Did we finish it even?
No, I think we got to like 3 episodes. And like I think we
Did we
out.
get 3 episodes in?
I think so.
Daring pursuit. Because it wasn't that bad. We were trying to understand like the weird relationship between the maids and what was servants.
Yeah.
Versus like the upper, like how this school was working to serve, and then how does that work in relation to sex? What are they teaching kids maybe about?
I think we gave up when started to focus on the girl pretending to be a boy, the blue hair one, the roommate with.
Oh yeah. Like, okay, so you're in this abusive place where there's like slaves and people who get to drink tea all the time? I fucking don't know. And now there's problems with which role you play. If you're the slave who wears the dress or the slave who wears the pants. That's ridiculous. There's a piece of humanity missing from this that's just mind altering, I think, for the sake of mind altering. These are the problems. Don't pay no attention to the fucking tea drinker behind the screen. Was I done with this? This is like facts right now. I wish we would have what am I, that one retarded kid from that Undateables? I wish to have a kiss you with. Very nice. Your kiss I love. Can I kiss you again? I kiss your face. I don't need a toothpick. Dang it. Botan, Wotan. I wish everything wasn't poison, because I would like more Botan. Can you make me Botan? Can you make me Botan? And also, can you make me a sticker and put it in a little cute box for me? This needs a bookmark. Okay. What are you looking at?
Okay, so
Socrates? Or the order of appearance of Plato's stuff?
yeah. So from 399 to 390, we started to do some of the dialogues. We reading this one.
That's the one we're reading. Courage.
Yeah.
Charmides.
And Lysis.
I could see this order.
So there's those.
Apology. We got so many to get through.
And then they left to do
The stuff in Syracuse.
stuff the first time to Dion. And when he got out, then he did some of the other dialogues, the symposium. Then he wrote the Republic.
Okay.
So the things that we've read so far,
Is in his earlier activity.
Yeah. So he is in the Republic answering some of the stuff he did right.
So when he came back, ooh, I wonder, husband. This is the acting and the talking. It's like trying and then learning the words to describe what you tried. Maybe he, as he was struggling with Dionysus, was trying to learn how to speak to him with writing down these dialogues with Socrates and shit. Maybe he tried to use it on Dionysus. Maybe he tried to, like, he would get into arguments to the point of, like, being arrested and shit, almost. Having a fear for his life. Because people didn't like what he had to say. You're asking these questions and I don't like them. Everybody right now is a fucking Dionysus, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So, he's writing these things, trying to get his thoughts out straight. I wonder how it looked like. I would love to fucking read somebody in, like, Syracuse, his point of view. His talking to Socrates or so. I wonder if anything like that survived or if anybody did write anything like that. Like, that's no shit you can learn from fucking a Roman. Can you, go back? So, second journey, exile, and restoration of Dion. And then he writes Politicus. Ooh, this would be, I like this. Third journey to Sicily on invitation of Dion. Plato is forced to live outside the palace at the camp of the mercenaries as a hostage for Dion's good behavior. Wait. As a hostage for Dion's... So did Dion trick Plato? Can you... Wait. I want to see... As a hostage for Dion's good behavior. Because I knew he talked about, like, killing him or something. Why would Dion let him come back if Dionysus was still being a piece of shit? Because this is probably Dionysus 2 now. The even snootier boy.
Yeah.
Where he's like, oh, I already know everything you're saying, and I disagree with you because I'm right and you're wrong. Okay, so then you don't know what I'm saying, you know? Kind of crazy ass shit. As a hostage. So Dion decides. What are you doing?
Watching the cat. He's moving
He's
a little.
comfortable like that?
Yeah.
Oh. You got him in sleeper hold? Is that why his eyes are. uh, Dion decides. You go to the right a little bit. Dion decides on revolution, but Plato refused to participate. What do you mean? I wonder what Dion would have needed from him to pick up a sword, to talk to people. Maybe he should have talked to people, but maybe he was nervous.
Yeah, trying to find them words.
Yeah, he didn't want to die. I mean, look at what he did with his family. He was always like observing instead of participating. His family took over fucking Athens. Dion wants to take over Syracuse. So what did the forced to live outside invitation at Dion? Live outside the palace, blah 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 blah. Hostage. Dion revolution. Plato refuses. With the intervention of Archytas of Terratum, Plato is allowed to return to Athens in 360.
Is that the Athenian diplomat?
Yeah, I think so. Dion's government 357 to 354, so a couple years later. Is this about here to the maybe there? Dion's government of Syracuse aided and eventually terminated by pupils from the academy. So college uprising? Why is that always a fucking thing? Why are people having like what are they calling it? Like little homes, pop-up homes in college university halls for protesting a Palestine
Camps.
camps. What do they I don't know if those people have a voice. They don't know what they want. You know what would help if the school would denounce what was going on and then work with them to find a way to stop this from happening. Oh, we give money to the government and the government's giving it to the Israelis and this and that has happened. The US put the fucking people in power all over the Middle East, so it's like what the fuck is going on? We need to stop all of this right now. But they don't got the balls to do that. Nobody does. It can't be coherent enough. Pupils from an academy. So the knowledge kind of lost. If Plato, so did he go back? He should have went back when Dion was in power. Maybe it didn't last long.
Dion, if you remember, didn't stay in power. He tried to hold. Like, all right, I'll be in charge, but then he made representative, made a republic.
He probably felt bad because
he was overthrown.
Justinian was always like, "You just want to overthrow me. Hey, everybody, Dion always wants to overthrow me. We're supposed to be cousins, and he always wants to overthrow me." So he tries to make a republic of like people who talk.
Yeah.
How if nobody can talk?
Or there are different branches. He tried to make some sort of different government. And the government that he made kicked him out of power.
Mm.
'Cause
That's what Plato said,
he,
right?
yeah, because the people that when we were doing the research and stuff, people chose to make up the new government to help rule the people.
He didn't understand. He underestimated them,
He
right?
chose the same motherfuckers who were speaking in whatever Daenerys's ears the whole time. Dionysus's ears.
For fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
They probably went and they were like, yeah, we're totally sorry about what we did. We totally want to go with you now. We're siding with you. So start whatever thing you want. We want power. We're tired of Justinian. We hate his taste in music. He fucking stinks. He talks for
Have you
hours.
seen his TikToks? They're awful.
Ha ha ha, cringe. So we just want him to die. Didn't he have to do it because of some other thing too? It was like he was almost forced into power the way it sounded like because Justinian wasn't doing anything. His dad was like dead, and there were other people trying to take control anyway. There was like outside invaders.
Yep.
That shit's so fucked up. I don't even give a shit. I don't even give a shit. So he wrote this, The Republic, before he went back the second time, right? Or yeah, right before he went back the second time. So he learned what he did. He wrote a bunch of shit, and then he goes back. He goes to Sicily because Sicily isn't that the place that Dion was? Dion had like taken Sicily, or there was like an abandoned kind of area that him and his troops lived at.
I believe Sicily and Syracuse are on an island, right?
Yeah.
There's like some weird dividing line.
Sicily is like I thought was a place that Syracuse had lost long ago. It got razed, so there wasn't really anybody or anything there, so he just planted his flag there.
Well, there was no. I think there was people there that they let Dion land there because they were at war.
Oh yeah. He had like friends of some sort, he was making friends.
Yeah.
I wonder how many smart people were around. Because I think even Plato, he couldn't handle the pressure. He didn't want to be that great man. He just wanted to write about him. He wanted the great men to do what they gonna do, like Glaucon and his brother, right?
Yep.
He wanted the people who did war to war justly. So what did Glaucon do, I wonder? We should probably find that out.
In Archimedes or Arkham Adamantius is.
Yeah, see what they were fucking up to. So how fucking long have we been doing this? I guess we should. It's been like 5 hours.
Not for now, baby.
Yeah, is this where city that we are founding, you will lay down a law that the lover may kiss his beloved, may frequent his society, and embrace him, so as though he were a son. If he so persuade him for beauty's sake, but in all else his relations with the person he affects shall be such that they shall never be suspected of going beyond kissing and hugging like brothers. Why did Socrates have to mention that? Why did Plato have to mention that?
Because people was being gay.
Just because they didn't say gay, just because they didn't fucking give it a surrounding definition. A gay person, love is love, or is when you want to do butt sex, or is when you have an attraction to men, blah, blah, blah. When men are at their devices, it doesn't matter what you fucking call it. What happened is men getting attached to men in sexual ways because it was fun, because it was daring, because it was easy. Because people just liked beauty, and men fucking love themselves.
And sexual desire, feelings of madness to it.
Yeah. Sexual desires got feelings of madness associated with it. It will turn someone mad. Remember that time it turned me fucking crazy? Like 2 months in the pregnancy, I was like, I just can't stop. You gotta fucking please. And every child, I think, goes through it. Once you're exposed to sex, that's what happens. You see that first scratched out porno on the HBO you don't have, but you hear the or the you see a quick tit or something. You find a magazine in the woods. That shit was probably the FBI putting fucking stained magazines in the woods. I bet you. Unless dudes were just that gross, or maybe it was homeless people that all they had were their magazines. I don't know. I would like to know the origin behind pornos in the woods, porno mags in the woods. I don't know if we've ever found one. Not me and you, but have you found a porno in the woods? I've heard people talk about it. I think even Red Letter talked about not just the trope in a movie, but oh yeah, everybody finds.
Everybody knows where to go.
Yeah.
The fuck? No, I have no experience.
So now there's just kids jerking off in the woods. Ew. And now there's some sort of satanic sexual energy between kids.
Not sap out there.
I think we got another thing between fucking stupid left side, right side, stupid fucking this side, that side. I forgot now. God damn it. What were we talking about?
Porno in the woods.
Yeah, is it about the porno in the woods? The sexualization, the
gayness and madness, sexual desire.
oh. Damn, I had a spark and it just left. That's fine. Oh. Maybe the thought of gay being what people say it is now. That it is a thing that means a certain thing that was developed a certain way that people say, I'm gay and I'm proud of it or something. They don't see the underlying what drives the gay.
Yeah.
You can't say it doesn't if you meet these. Oh, just because I got molested. Oh, just because I saw a gay porno before I saw a female porno. Oh, just because this doesn't mean that I'm not this. Not true. You are your circumstances, and the only way you got to see it for what it is, so you can work on it or not. Fucking so Thunder Leather Apron, whatever the fuck his name is, he's got to get with it. He just wants to. Oh, there's no evidence to support this. Then you've obviously, just like our older friend, you've never read the Bible. You've never read fucking anything Plato has ever written. Because that's 3 instances now. There's temperance, where the man comes in and everybody's running around him. It's Plato in that first saga,
Uh-huh.
getting to now his second saga, putting all the pieces together. Where temperance is something, right? And where I see temperance not being is when men say, oh, all of this, and I stand for this, and yet they're doing this. What they're doing is being submissive to these boys. There's I get so hot and flustered. Even Socrates gets hot and flustered. You would be a stupid bitch to say that Socrates was fucking gay based on that. But if Socrates is gay, every dude is potentially gay. All you gotta do is just think about fucking dudes long enough. And learning the benefits. Because what do you think fucking men did? Showed sex as not a good thing? They showed romanticism to each other because they shared more. Tom shared more than they did with women on battlefields.
Socrates. My wife.
Sorry's gotta change into knots.
Socrates was able, in that example with the Carmides thing, talking about essentially having the vapors,
Yeah.
but being able to rationalize uh holding back.
Yeah, because it was about temperance. What was that second fucking example that we read? Oh, Lysis, right? Friendship,
Yeah.
where there's a guy who is so hot for someone else, and they talk about the separation between friendship and love. Well, is this friendship love? They don't get to a conclusion because it's his older work. 1, 2, 3, his third journey. But how much like he would lie just to be closer to this guy. So is that friendship or is that a lust? If you want to be
Yeah.
friends with someone, it's being of equals. The whole math thing that he tried to do with what love is versus not love, and
Yeah.
friendship versus sexual. And now when he's like, you agree that you shouldn't fuck other dudes because it's carnal and it's vulgar, right? Ay, ay, ay. So that's fucking interesting. Did we? Oh, he stops that and was like, do you think that our discussion with music is finished? No, because what music do you play with a woman versus playing with a man? He said, do you agree that it's finished? Oh, that's a skip. Ugh.
The Glock was like, yeah.
Music surely ought to end with the love of the beautiful. Love of the beautiful. So, music has to be a non-vulgar dance between two people. He doesn't say necessarily which one's for men and which one's for women, but see, embrace his brother as though he were a son. He doesn't say fuck your brother.
Yeah.
And also, brothers used to not like each other. Now all of a sudden they like each other. Like that's a confusing thing. um, he doesn't say kiss a woman like she's your sister.
Nope.
So it's in between the lines, the exactness of what he said that defines that this beautiful music love only extends to a man this far.
Yeah.
They agreed. Seal it and come. Shake on it, come friend. Cummy brother.
Come your wife.
So we didn't get to read chapter 26, which is unfortunate. I guess we'll still have to stop. But I want to read so much, but I'm also so hungry. I just want to read this part again because it was fucking funny to me. There's comedy. No comedian can be as funny to me right now as the Bible is funny and sad and tragic. Comedy, tragedy. There was a famine in the land, distinct from the earlier one that had occurred in the days of Abraham. What's the distinction? It was definitely different.
One, they were flying pies.
Famine is famine. If you ate all the resources, you ate all the resources. So what makes it different? Bullshit. Bullshit artist. Oh, so he's going to Abimelech, king of the Philistines in Gerar. That's in Palestine, right?
So.
Oh man, I wonder what this is going to be about. Okay, so he's going to go to the same king that his father had previously tricked. Say, hey, this is my sister Sarah. You want a taste? Oh, I made her. I was scared. If you knew she was my wife, you would be mad at me. What do you mean? What kind of tradition is that? All of a sudden you're going to be killed because you're... And they go, oh no, we wouldn't do that to you. Why would we do that to you? He's tricking. It's a trick. It was a Jewish trick. So is Isaac going to do the same thing now? Is he going to fuck with Abimelech and give him stuff? And
I have a feeling.
oh man. Tune next time. Bible Ball Z. I hope somebody who wanted to listen and not fucking talk was here once in a while. Probably not.
Love you, baby. Shutting her down.
All of you miss you one piece.